Okay. David, are we ready? Okay. All right, good evening, and thank you for joining us. And now call the regular City Council meeting of May 19th, 2026 to order. Next item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, before we move on to the land acknowledgement, our last meeting on May 5th, 2026, the City Council met in a closed session following the regular public meeting to discuss item 4B, public employee employment, city manager. In the closed session, the City Council directed the city attorney to prepare an employment agreement for the next city manager and designated myself and Councilmember Sasai as City Council subcommittee members available to advise on the negotiation of terms. City Attorney Casher, is there any other additional information we need to provide?
Nope, that concludes the report out.
Okay. So we'll move on to our regular agenda, the land acknowledgement. Before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Ohlone people who are the traditional custodians of this land. We pay our respects to the Ohlone elders, past, present, and future, who call this place Ohlone land, the land that Pinole sits upon their home. We are proud to continue their tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Ohlone community for their stewardship and support, and we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. So we'll move on to item 3, roll call. City Clerk?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Taib.
Here.
Noting for the record that Mayor Pro Tem Murphy is absent. Councilmember Sasai,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Here.
Councilmember Toms,
Here.
Acting City Manager Evans,
Present.
Interim City Manager Evans, City Attorney Casher.
Here.
Thank you. Mayor and Council, the agenda was posted on Thursday, May 14th at 4:15 with all legally required notices. No written comments were received in advance of the meeting. Does the council have any conflicts to report on our agenda items this evening? Seeing none, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. So we'll go ahead and move to item 4, to convene to closed session. For items A, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, Government Code 54956.9, D2 or D3. And item B, conference with real property negotiators, Government Code 54956.8. And so we're anticipating maybe an hour?
I believe staff is anticipating an hour 15 or
Okay.
so. Yes,
So what does that put us, I think, 6:15?
about 6:45.
6:45. Okay. All right, so we'll reconvene to open session at 6:45. Thank you. incredible. Like, we need it. As star player. Thank you. Okay, everyone. We're going to go ahead and reconvene to the open session. We had no reportable items for, or no reportable action for closed session. Moving on to, let me see here. Item 6 will have the citizens to be heard. Madam Clerk.
Yes, thank you. First speaker is Jennifer Horn, followed by Rafael Menez and Debbie Long.
I thought I'd be last. But, good evening, Acting Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Acting City Manager, City Attorney, city staff, and members of the public.
Speaker. Yep.
How's that?
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm here to urge the voters of Pinole to join me in voting no on Measure D. After months of comments, testimony, signs, flyers, conversations, and the expenditure of $57,000 plus of taxpayer money, we voters of Pinole will now decide on Measure D and decide once and for all its fate. Despite all of this, I still don't know why we're here. I've read the comments of the proponents of this measure in prior city council meetings and on Nextdoor, and I've read the comments of those who are against this measure in prior city council meetings and on Nextdoor. I read my prior comments against this measure, including those I first made way back in January of this year, and I have to say that I still have the question that I had way back when. Why are we doing this? It can't be because of any concern about increasing the voice of the people of Pinole, as some have said. The people of Pinole have not asked for this, anytime, anywhere. And when they have spoken, the people of Pinole have said clearly, we don't want this. So much for listening to the voters of Pinole. So here we are, spending money, time, and energy on a measure that the voters of Pinole did not ask for and do not want. It is a solution in search of a problem, as one commentator posted on Nextdoor, and I wholeheartedly agree. In the end, I think that's what sticks in my craw, and is the reason I am voting no. If this council wants to have a serious discussion of what governing structure would be good for Pinole, one that would ensure increased public engagement and address any concerns about the legitimacy of the mayor or consistency in policy, let's have that discussion. Until then, however, let's leave well enough alone and not fix what clearly ain't broke. Vote no on Measure D. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. My name is Rafael Menez. I'm a resident of Pinole, and tonight I'd like to speak on 3 topics. First, the current rates of influenza A and COVID-19 in California and the region more generally. For influenza A, for the time period of May 3rd through May 9th, so there seemed to be about a week behind for whatever reason. It was at very low for most sites and low for one site in Alameda for influenza A. For COVID-19, it was very low for the state as a whole and for most sites near here, and very high for that one site in Alameda that seems to always return a very high rate for whatever reason. I don't know why. I strongly suspect it's some sort of reporting error, because if there actually was an outbreak nexus, you would expect to see it in more than one wastewater site at this point. Secondly, I'd like to note my distress over the President of the United States' attempt to sue his own Internal Revenue Service for $10 billion and then settle with that self-same Internal Revenue Service for $1.776 billion to provide funds to various insurrectionists that he pardoned in my opinion, violation of the 14th Amendment, however much the Supreme Court feels like enforcing it these days. I think that perhaps that number is too large. It's difficult to comprehend. But imagine if, say, a council member decided to sue the city for $1 million, and then they settled for $160,000, and they settled with themselves. They said, okay, I'm going to direct the city attorney to settle with me. That would be obviously corrupt. It would be illegal. If you make a contract when you're on both sides of the contract, that contract is void. It's like a basic principle of law and ethics. So if you agree with me in your opposition to this sort of thing, I would know if there's going to be a protest this Saturday from 11 a.m. to noon at the intersection of San Pablo Avenue and Tennant, and I would encourage you to join me there. Finally, some folks noted continued issues with lighting at Bayfront Park that I think the city should look into. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight I'd like to discuss the Measure D flyer that was mailed to Pinole households. On February 3rd, a subcommittee of Tave and Murphy was put together to develop and implement a public education and communications plan so residents have clear, accessible, and factual information. When the flyer came out, people in the community wanted to know what the Yes on D flyer was all about. Therefore, I don't think the language was clear at all, which prompted me to contact the city clerk on May 4th and asked who designed and had input on Measure D flyer, and besides the city attorney, who reviewed it and signed off on it. On May 15th, I received this response. Informational content for Measure D, E, and F was developed internally by communications staff with no intention of supporting a position. Review was conducted to ensure conduct remained neutral and factual. Certainly that didn't answer my question about the who, and seems to be evasive as well as a bit defensive. So I followed up with, wasn't there a subcommittee comprised of Murphy and Sasai, I meant Tave? I would like to request all correspondence between staff and the subcommittee. Today is the 20th, and no answer. So this makes me wonder just how many had to give their stamp of approval, since this was never brought back to the full council for their input. Historically, when someone is on a subcommittee, they report back to the full council for updates or for a final consensus. So why wasn't this brought back for final council input? That is the way it has always been done in the past. No transparency here. Looks like the trio, as they've been recently referred to as, are still running the show and turning their backs on the other two council members who coincidentally are women. My perception here is that both our city clerk and city attorney, who are direct hires of the council, learned that counting to 3 is the most important part of their job. Why wasn't this put on the agenda? Simply because the vote to put Measure D on the ballot was handed over to the subcommittee doesn't imply it should not have been brought back to the full council before it was published with the county. That is what transparency looks like. So just who do our city clerk and attorney work for? The 3 council members or our community? I would say they are accountable to a full council and the community. Had the Measure D flyer had more eyes on it, perhaps it could have been more transparent to the community as to what the intent was. And I'll end with this. Just because the barn door closed and the horses are out doesn't mean this issue is put to rest. I need to know who left the door open. Also, I will still expect a detailed answer to my second request to the city clerk on 5/15, which would be due on 5/25. And right now, it's a big no on Measure D. It is a power grab by a fiscally irresponsible trio of three. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. Richard Kossel, William Horton, followed by Joy Jennings.
Hello, my name is Richard Kossel. I have a simple request for the three city council members who voted to place Measure D on the ballot. If Measure D is truly for the benefit of Pinole and the people of Pinole, and not for personal political gain, will you publicly commit today that you will not run for mayor if it passes? That commitment will show the people of Pinole that this measure is about good governance and not self-advancement. Otherwise, we can assume it's self-advancement. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
Mayor and Council, my name is William Horton. I'm a Pinole voter and taxpayer. Measure D on the June 2nd ballot is not needed and is a waste of $55,000. It is unnecessary to have a directly elected mayor in Pinole in a city that is small compared to a bigger city like San Francisco. The mayoral rotation has worked efficiently in Pinole for several decades. Pinole City Council members are democratically elected already by a vote of the people every 2 years. The two with the highest vote totals are then added to the mayoral list. In 4 years, there will be 4 different mayors serving 1 year each. This shares the mayor's duties and is very democratic. There is no problem that Measure D would fix. As a voter, I would wish for the City Council to focus on the important quality of life issues: police, fire, parks, and streets. These are more important to our daily lives than things like cannabis sales. So vote no on D. Good evening.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Joy Jennings. I'm a voter, a taxpayer, and citizen. I came here today to encourage our neighbors to vote no on Measure D. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
I'm just going to check if we have any online speakers. It looks like that concludes public comment. Thank you.
Okay, so moving on from item 6, I'm wondering if the council would be agreeable if we were to move the proclamations up.
That's fine, Mayor.
Does it seem like city? Okay, so let's move to item 8A for proclamations. Starting with Mental Health Awareness Month. Mental Health Awareness Month, May 2026. Whereas mental health involves our emotional, psychological, and social well-being, therefore it is crucial for the community to obtain knowledge that mental health affects the way we think, feel, and act. And
Whereas there is a proven connection between good mental health and overall personal health, and whereas mental illnesses affect almost every family in America, and whereas with early and effective treatment, those individuals with mental health conditions can recover and lead full productive lives, and
whereas millions of adults and children are disabled by mental illnesses every year, and whereas only 1 out of 2 people with serious form of mental illness seeks treatment for his or her mental illness, and
whereas stigma and fear of discrimination keep many who would benefit from mental health services from seeking help. And whereas research shows that the most effective way to reduce stigma is through personal contact with someone with a mental illness. And
Whereas the 2026 theme, More Good Days Together, focusing on community support, personalized care, and building connections to improve mental wellness. The campaign emphasizes meeting people where they are and defining good days through unique individual experiences.
Now, therefore, I, Anthony Tave, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the City of Pinole, proudly recognize May 2026 as Mental Health Awareness Month and call upon all citizens to prioritize mental health and well-being, invest in prevention, early intervention, and support services, and work together to create a more inclusive, compassionate, and supportive society. It's always great to read these into record. I don't think we have anybody here that's receiving this proclamation, but we'll move on to the next one. So the next one is Local and Community History Month. Local and Community History Month, May 2026. Whereas Local and Community History Month is an enriching time to delve into history of our communities and understand our shared heritage, this event encourages exploration of local cultures, histories, and traditions to foster a great connection with our places of residence. And
whereas primary sources for documented local history are typically municipal archives, public libraries, and historical societies. And whereas Pinole is the homeland of the Uchuan band of native Ohlone, who provide Spanish explorers with pinole, a grain and seed preparation used as food. And
whereas founded in 1974, the Pinole Historical Society has chronicled local history, and George Vincent, Jeff Rubin, and Dr. Joe Mariotti authored Images of America, Pinole, published by Arcadia Publishing, which chronicles the city's history from its pre-settlement days. And
whereas Pinole's modern history began over 200 years ago in 1823, when a retiring Mexican soldier, Don Ignacio Martinez, was awarded the nearly 18,000-acre of El Pinole Grant. And
whereas the city of Pinole was incorporated in 1903 with a population below 1,000 and is now an ethnically diverse community of approximately 19,000 people. And whereas in the grand scheme of historical change, countless individuals contribute to the ongoing history and culture of communities in Pinole.
now, therefore, I, Anthony Tave, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the entire City of Pinole, do hereby proclaim May 2026 as Local and Community History Month. I urge all Pinole residents, parents, and educators to engage in and to support efforts to preserve and promote the history of the City of Pinole. Okay. And we have Jewish American History Month, or Heritage Month. Jewish American Heritage Month, May 2026. Whereas fleeing oppression from other areas of the world and looking for a place where they could practice their faith and lead their lives freely, the first Jewish immigrants arrived on American soil in 1654 in New Amsterdam. And
whereas on April 20th, 2006, President George W. Bush proclaimed that May would be Jewish American Heritage Month. And
whereas for generations, the story of the Jewish people, one of resilience, faith, and hope in the face of adversity, prejudice, and persecution, has been woven into the fabric of our nation's story. And whereas in 2026, theme is Jewish Voices in Early America, Religious Liberty and Civil Participation, highlighting the role of Jewish Americans in the nation's 250th anniversary context. And
whereas whereas Jewish Americans continue to enrich every part of American life as educators and entrepreneurs, athletes and artists, scientists and entertainers, public officials and activists, labor and community leaders, diplomats and military service members, public health heroes, and more. And
whereas we celebrate the rich heritage of the Jewish American community in the city of Pinole and the nation, we recognize that American Jews have joined with all faiths, to work for Tikkun Olam, which in Hebrew means repair of the world, remembering the lessons of the Holocaust and leading movements for civil rights and social justice.
Now, therefore, I, Anthony Tave, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the entire City of Pinole, do hereby proclaim May 2026 as Jewish American Heritage Month in the City of Pinole and encourage all to learn more about the heritage and contributions of Jewish Americans and to observe this month with appropriate programs, activities, and ceremonies. Okay. All right. We're on to National Public Works Week, May 17th through the 23rd, 2026. Whereas since 1960, the American Public Works Association, APWA, has sponsored National Public Works Week, which is observed during the third full week of May. And whereas across North America, more than 32,000 members of the U.S. and Canada use the Public Works Week to energize and educate the public on the importance of public works to their daily lives. And
whereas public infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals who are engineers, managers, and employees at all levels of government in the private sector, who are responsible for building, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, wastewater treatment, stormwater and flood control, solid and green waste systems, public buildings, parks, and other structures and facilities essential for the public. And
whereas the City of Pinole Public Works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to achieving sustainable and resilient communities and to support public health, high quality of life, and well-being of people of Pinole. And whereas it is in the interest of Pinole community members to gain knowledge of and to maintain a progressive interest and understanding in the importance of public works services and programs in their respective communities. And
whereas Pinole Public Works Department responds to hundreds of public service requests on a monthly basis, covering parks, roads, streetlights, traffic signals, fleet, facilities, stormwater, sewer, illegal dumping, and graffiti. And whereas Pinole Public Works operate the Pinole Hercules Water Pollution Control Plant, WPCP, and maintain and operate the wastewater collection system serving the Pinole community. And whereas Pinole Public Works review development plans, perform inspections, and issue permits associated with work in the public right-of-way. And
whereas Pinole Public Works plan, design, and construct capital improvement projects, including the regionally significant San Pablo Avenue Bridge Replacement Project and the Bay Trail Gap closure across the UPR Tracks project. And whereas Pinole Public Works embarked on the development of a number of programs and policies, including the private sewer lateral program guidelines and the soon-to-be-completed stormwater master plan. And whereas the year 2026 marks the 66th annual National Public Works Week sponsored by the APWA.
now therefore, I, Anthony Tave, Mayor of the City of Pinole, Contra Costa, County of Contra Costa, State of California, do hereby proclaim the week of May 17th to May 23rd, 2026 as National Public Works Week in the City of Pinole and call upon all citizens of the City of Pinole and civic organizations to acquaint themselves with the issues involved in providing our public works and to recognize the contributions which public works officials make every day to our health, safety, comfort, and quality of life. I think we have the Public Works Director here. You want to accept the proclamation? Council, would you like-
Mayor, I just wanted to say one comment, if that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
And I just wanted, I don't know how long, I'm like, you were going to say something. Please go. Do you want to go first? Well, I just wanted to commend you, Director Ogwundi. You've come into our city. I don't even know if you've been here a year yet. So you have, okay. You've done so much incredible work. We're going to see that presentation soon at the CIP. But I just wanted to commend you on, I feel like since you've come, you've certainly been such a breath of fresh air in terms of our city. I hear so many comments about how personable you are, how approachable you are, how brilliant you are. And I have also reaped the benefits of your knowledge and just understanding this work a bit more. And so just wanted to commend you and say thank you so much for leading our Public Works Department and, how much you really show the ability to make some of these big, large projects very simple for folks, including our council members, but more importantly, the community members themselves. And so just wanted to say thank you. I love when these proclamations come because it also provides an opportunity as a council member to kind of show a little bit of gratitude for so much of what you do. And so I'm really just grateful for you. Just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
I just would like to express the appreciation of the whole department. Yes, the needs are great, but the Public Works team does its best every single day to serve the city and to serve the community. And hopefully over time we will be able to show the level of success over the years. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. All right, we'll move on to the next proclamation is Emergency Medical Services Week, May 17th through the 23rd, 2026. Whereas in 1974, President Gerald Ford authorized Emergency Medical Service Week, EMS, to celebrate EMS practitioners and the important work they do in our nation's communities. And whereas emergency medical services are a vital public service and
whereas the members of emergency medical services teams are ready to provide life-saving care to those in need 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And whereas access to quality emergency care dramatically improves the survival and recovery rate of those who experience sudden illness or injury. And
whereas emergency medical services have grown to fill a gap by providing important out-of-hospital care, including the preventative medicine, follow-up care, and access to telemedicine. And
whereas the emergency medical service system consists of first responders, emergency medical technicians, paramedics, emergency medical dispatchers, firefighters, police officers, educators, administrators, pre-hospital nurses, emergency physicians, trained members of the public, and other out-of-hospital medical care providers. And
whereas the members of emergency medical services teams, whether career or volunteer, engage in thousands of hours of specialized training and continuing education to enhance their life-saving skills. And whereas the theme for 2026 is improving outcomes together, emphasizing collaboration within emergency medicine and community safety.
now therefore I, Anthony Tave, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the entire City of Pinole, do hereby proclaim May 17th through the 23rd, 2026 as Emergency Medical Service Week in the City of Pinole and encourage the community to celebrate the dedication and commitment of all emergency medical services practitioners. Right. I don't know if we have any emergency medical practitioners in the room. Doesn't that? Oh, hey now. Would you like to receive the proclamation? Okay. All right. After the meeting. Thank you. Awesome. Okay, so moving on to the last of our proclamations, the Affordable Housing Month. Affordable Housing Month, May 2026. Whereas quality affordable homes are vital to healthy, safe, and and racially just communities. And whereas after 42 years, East Bay housing organizations proudly continue to champion affordable housing in the East Bay, fostering a racially and economically just community for all. And
whereas even before current high inflation rates, increasing housing costs led longtime residents to be displaced, live in overcrowded homes, or experience homelessness, threatening our region's racial diversity and economic opportunity. And whereas stable, affordable homes are the solution to homelessness and support seniors, families, youth, veterans, immigrants, people with disabilities, and our whole community. And
whereas for 2 years in a row, both the President and the Governor of California have proposed budgets that dramatically cut funding for affordable housing, which, if actualized, would reduce federal affordable housing assistance by 44%. Whereas across California, there are over 39,000 affordable homes ready to be built, but lacking the financing to begin construction. And
whereas a $10 billion statewide bond has been proposed to fund the construction of these affordable homes, and whereas the role of local governments and regional bodies has never been so critical in maintaining support for producing, preserving, and protecting affordable housing opportunities for low-income communities. And
whereas our housing affordability crisis is a regional issue requiring regional solutions and cooperation between local jurisdictions through the Bay Area Housing Finance Authority, and whereas May is recognized as Affordable Housing Month across the Bay Area in joint acknowledgement of the coordinated regional work necessary to ensure that everyone has an affordable and stable home.
therefore be it resolved that the Pinole City Council hereby proclaims May as Affordable Housing Month in Pinole, and therefore be it further resolved that the City of Pinole will work to support affordable and stable housing at the local, regional, state, and federal levels. Now therefore, I, Anthony Tave, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the entire City of Pinole, do hereby proclaim May 2026 as Affordable Housing Month in the City of Pinole and call upon all residents to join in supporting housing affordability at the local, regional, state, and federal levels. Not sure if we have anybody accepting the proclamation. Okay. All right. So we got through proclamations. Want to thank everybody. Was there a question? Oh, no. Okay. Moving through the agenda, I know we skipped around. We'll jump back before we do 8B and move to reports and communications 7A. Mayor's report, nothing to report. Let's see, mayor on council appointments. We do have an appointment this meeting, Madam Clerk.
Yes, thank you. I have a very brief report for you this evening. Okay, let me just pull it up here. So by way of background, the Contra Costa County Mosquito and Vector Control District is governed by a board of trustees, each representing one of the incorporated cities in Contra Costa County or the county at large. Each trustee is appointed by a city council or by the Contra Costa County Board of Supervisors. The district is a public health agency dedicated to protecting the community from mosquitoes and other vectors of disease. The board meets bi-monthly on the second Monday night of the month, and occasionally it may be necessary to hold a special board meeting. Trustees can initially be appointed to a 2-year term, and if reappointed, to either a 2 or 4-year term. So on March 1st of this year, the Pinole trustee position became vacant due to a resignation. An announcement was made to the public that a recruitment period would be open and letters of interest would be accepted by the Office of the City Clerk. One letter of interest was received from Vivian Ramirez. So the recommendation before you this evening is to appoint for a 2-year term Vivian Ramirez to the Contra Costa Mosquito and Vector Control Board. And I believe she may be here this evening. There she is. So, and I will turn it over to the council for any questions.
Great. Are there any questions from council? Looks like
No, but I would like to move the recommendation to appoint Vivian Ramirez Rodriguez to
I'll
the
second.
Mosquito Vector Control Board.
Great. Are there any comments, questions from council?
Can we hear from Ms. Rodriguez?
I think
She's here.
so. Yeah, absolutely.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Vivian Ramirez Rodriguez. I'm a Pinole resident. I went to Pinole Valley High School, and last year I graduated from UC Berkeley with a major in public health and minors in Chicanx Latinx Studies and Education. One of the largest interests in university was in epidemiology. I believe I'm the best suited person because of my residence in Pinole my whole life, all through the public system, and even at the University of California. Last summer, I applied for an internship with the same board, but instead I took an offer to go to Colombia to teach students about robotics. So I'm a teacher now, and yeah, I just want to make some change, hopefully.
Awesome. Is there any questions, comments from council?
Comment?
Oh, please, go ahead, Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
Thank you for your interest in serving on this committee. Pardon me. It's I should have been more informed. I did read about you. I'll tell you that much. And what I found out was that you, as a public health practitioner, this is a very fitting position for you. So thank you in advance for serving the City of Pinole as its representative. And also, I believe that you have been in service to your community, our community, for quite some time as an Interact student. And at the time, unbeknownst to you and me, fast forward, and now we meet again, you helped with a fundraising activity that at the time a group of us were interested in having and took part in it because we thought there might be a Pinole museum, a history museum. And you help with that. So whether some projects come to fruition or not in our lifetimes, nonetheless, epidemiology, disease control, and health promotion, and the measure of all those indicators that give us a sense of how we are as a community with regard to health and public health, particularly prevention measures, very important. So at some point, I think you will be coming back and letting us know how we are doing with regard to vector control, anywhere from those tiny bugs to the rodents that we probably think are fast and furry and cute, but not necessarily the best as they are vectors of disease. So thank you very much.
Okay, any other councilman? I do want to say thank you for taking on this role. And I would encourage, ask to have you come back and do a report. I know that this is top of mind for a lot of residents here, especially individuals who are walking along the creek. I know that mosquitoes tend to pretty much make one of our parks unusable without getting riddled with mosquito bites. So I'm not sure how that is taken care of on that level, but any type of report that you can bring back to kind of help us understand. I know that there was coyotes at some point that were running around, and that's part of vector control, and a lot of parents were concerned about that. So it'd be great to have some type of report to come back to council and allow the public to hear the report and also ask questions. So I appreciate you taking on this role and look forward to all the good work you're going to be doing. Thank you. All right, so we had a motion and second on the floor. I believe it was motion Tom's, second Martinez-Rubin. If we can have a vote.
Thank you. Councilmember Toms?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin?
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
Aye.
Mayor Tave?
Yes,
Motion carries.
congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
All right, moving on to item C, City Council Committee Reports and Communications. We'll start with Councilmember Toms.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Since our last meeting, I was able to attend the State of Our Schools presentation, which was at Livonia Dijon Middle School, and we had a great presentation from each of the high schools and some of the middle schools. The presentation that we received out of Pinole Valley High School was a robotics team And it was a combination of Richmond High School, which has had the robotics team for many years, and it has expanded to Pinole Valley High School. So we should be really proud of the work that our students are doing at the high school, especially in this field, which, you know, we know that this is going to be, you know, a sector of our economy that is really going to be necessary for the students moving forward. I also attended a forum that happens quarterly, and it's hosted by Senator Grayson, and it's the East Bay Wildfire Working Group Task Force meeting. We received information, a presentation regarding the internships that are available to jurisdictions, and it's the internship program where we have gotten interns as well. But they talked about you know, climate work and wildfire prevention that these interns from the Climate Corps have been working on. We also got a presentation from Con Fire where they are mapping out their mitigation areas. And then we were advised also that the Diablo Fire Safe Council will be holding a meeting this week to receive proposals for mitigation, wildfire mitigation, and I have been working with our city manager and staff on mitigation work that could be done, and we could apply for funding for some of that work, especially in the valley. I also I didn't attend. I watched on Zoom, and I was not a participant in the meeting for the Green Empowerment Zone. I am the alternate, but I was not aware that our primary for Pinole was not going to be attending. But I did take notes, and I'll share that with you all. We received a very interesting presentation on Sustainable Aviation Fuel Coalition. There's an incentive package that will be going through the legislature, and there was quite a bit of interesting discussion. Currently, there's a mix of fuel types for aviation, and there's always a concern that the biodiesel would come from you know, farmed food products versus other products like waste oil. And so there's a big concern in the agricultural community that agricultural goods would be shifted towards fuel and away from the table. So very interesting discussion there. And we also received an update from the UC Labor Center on workforce and community benefits research and policy discussion, kind of talking about what employers are looking for when they want to locate in an area. And then also, let's see, there was some information provided on from CoBiz from the state as far as opportunity zones. And I will forward that to our city manager because I think that there's some opportunities for us to look at for these zones. And that's the end of my report.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Toms. Councilmember Sasai, any report?
Yes, thank you. Since our last meeting, attended as a delegate to the WestCat Board of Directors. Two items that we took on. The first one is the presentation of the WestCat Evolution Marketing Plan. You know, this is informed by the analysis that we got about trends in our service, demographics of our service area, and I'm looking forward to seeing this really play out. And I just want to thank the board for our productive conversation around what we hope to see in a marketing plan. Lots of ideas of how we can best outreach to our community about the updates to our service changes, as well as how to encourage folks to take public transit. It is an affordable way to get around. I took public transit today. Most folks, if you're commuting, please, I encourage you to take public transit, and also WestCat is a great way of commuting to San Francisco and anywhere else. Great way to get there affordably, and looking forward to working with their staff to make sure that we engage our elected officials regionally to make sure that they are aware of this update. The second is releasing the WestCat Evolution Comprehensive Operation Analyses for a 45-day public comment period. I know that that residents in West County have had opportunities to, via surveys, to provide input to WestCat Evolution, but there's also another opportunity to really make your voice heard in the decision-making process here at WestCat. Lastly, always just want to plug for youth, and for really everyone on the weekends, there are free rides with WestCat that are happening right now, May, June, through July. I want to make sure folks take advantage of that. If you're planning on commuting in the weekend, it's completely free. No need for any scan ticket, anything like that. Just hop on a bus and they'll take you to where you want to go. The second thing I want to just quickly talk about. I'll just talk about what's publicly known about this and reported on. But just want to thank our police chief and our entire police department for the handling of what happened recently around a student who developed a 3D printed firearm and brought it to one of our local schools here. Thank you for your response to that. I'm sad that is constantly the reality for young people. This has not happened for other generations, but I'm among a generation that was a reality for us. Getting that notification that the school's on lockdown, that our college is on lockdown because somebody has a firearm or suspected to have a firearm. Our kids in our schools have to live through that. They have to live through these what ifs and these trainings. And it's not a waste for our council to keep leading on this issue. We through local legislation, have one of the strongest secure firearm ordinances in California. This issue is new because it's 3D printed firearms. A lot of the times they can be operational. And so just want to report out, I did speak to Assemblymember Barbara Cahan's staff, and she represents Orinda and parts of that county there. She introduced this year Assembly Bill 2047. It is very much related to what we're experiencing here locally. It is groundbreaking legislation that requires that all 3D printers sold in California be equipped with firearm blocking features designed to prevent the printing of dangerous gun parts and ghost guns. So effectively software that will detect whether or not the person is going to print parts of a firearm and blocking that. As technology advances, we have to make sure we're on top of this. I heard from their staff that is receiving quite a bit of opposition. So at the appropriate time, once this crosses houses to the Senate, I want to make sure that we register support and get the council's consensus to move forward on supporting this bill because it affects our residents here in Pinole. Lastly, it doesn't feel right being an elected official and not talking about this. Recently we had experienced the Voting Rights Act of 1965 being eviscerated by the Supreme Court. People and leaders have really bled for this. They have bled for this. They have died for this landmark legislation that prevents racial discrimination in voting in the United States. Just like that, it was torn down. And I'm seeing that our representatives in states like Tennessee, we have a colleague here. He's a native of Hercules, who is House Representative Justin Jones, who represents Tennessee. Him and all of his black colleagues have been removed from all committees and in the legislature for calling this out and standing up to it. So I am just incredibly frustrated. I think that we should all be frustrated by this. This is, it is a shame. And for those who don't think it's important or it doesn't relate back to Pinole, we're incredibly privileged. We have different levels of privilege here. So just tying this back to our city, want to encourage you all to vote if you have the right to vote. if you are not a voter, register to vote if you can. I don't care how you vote, just vote, because we're seeing these rights being torn down. This is incredibly racist action by a racist federal administration, and is not right to just conduct business as usual without discussing this or acknowledging that it even happened. So I'm incredibly frustrated, incredibly torn at this news, and just want to acknowledge that as an elected official here in Pinole. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sasai. We'll go to Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
No report this evening. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
Thank you. Just to add to a bit more that we heard at the WestCat Board of Directors meeting, I'm also present at those meetings as the second Pinole delegate. And the WestCat Evolution Plan and all the additional documents derived from that are available on westcat.org. And for that 45-day public comment period, one can submit comments in multiple ways, either via email to westcatevolution@gmail.com or by phone, 510-698-1198, or also by sending a text message to that same number, 510-698-1198. So the consulting firm, Ronnie Craft Consulting, consultant to WestCat, has presented the Board of Directors with summaries of that plan and derivatives of it, the attachments or other findings that include recommendations about changes or alterations to the routes that many may be acquainted with, and in the interest of having the public become more aware of how those changes might affect them, and also to discover how they might benefit them, the writing public. That entire plan set of documents is available on westcat.org. So take advantage of that public comment period. If you never have participated in such a public comment period, here's one opportunity to do that, is particularly if you are a writer or know someone who writes WestCat. The other event that I attended since we last met was the Mayor's Conference, hosted by the City of Orinda this month. And at that meeting, there was a presentation by members of the Board of Directors of the Library Foundation of Contra Costa. And I am going to read you a little bit about the why that foundation was established, and then follow up with a call for volunteers, which is what those representatives asked of the people who attended that meeting. Some of our libraries, including City of Pinole's, receive robust library friends and foundation support. In fact, the City of Pinole has the benefit of having a volunteer Friends of Pinole group. That enables them to provide additional programming, collections, or open hours. In the case of the City of Pinole, it's additional programming, such as children's programs and also programs for adults held on site at the library when it is open. Others are not as fortunate, meaning other members of the public elsewhere are not as fortunate, particularly those in unincorporated areas and communities with higher levels of poverty. So the Library Foundation of Contra Costa believes that all Contra Costa residents should have access to the same level of resources and opportunities. If you are a lover of books and the content of books now available digitally, if you are a lover of media that is both instructive, educational, and entertaining, and is available through the county libraries, that's great. But evidently not many people are either aware of all that they could benefit from or have the advantage of having a library close to them. So the foundation is one of those organizations that wants to do something about it with regard to having services available to community residents that may not have that access. In the interest of representing those community residents, they are calling for volunteers to serve on their board. In particular, although they don't specifically they did not specifically say this. It's almost implied that what they are interested in is having people of various socioeconomic and ethnic backgrounds that might otherwise not participate on boards. And they are volunteer positions or roles, but they are also, or I should say, and they are also opportunities to find out how boards work, how they work on a volunteer basis, and how they interact with non-volunteer groups. So for more information about serving on the Library Foundation of Contra Costa's board, and they welcome all calls and inquiries, please visit libraryfoundationcontracosta.org. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Rubin. Okay, so we'll move on to our next item, 7D, council request for future agenda items. Do we have any future agenda items from council? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to item 7E, City Manager Evans.
Thank you very much, Mayor and members of the City Council. I wanted to follow up with the City Council and community on a couple of topics that came up during public comment on May 5th. First, there was a question about herbicide and insecticide use at the city of Pinole in the parks. The city has a practice of notifying via signage at a park, such as a dog park, a week before using said herbicides. The herbicides used are safe around people and pets once applied and dried per the directions. Staff works closely with the Contra Costa County Agricultural Commissioner on application procedures. Generally, after 2 hours, the parks reopen. The city does have a landscape contractor that works on ornamental landscaping in parks. That contractor is Pacific Site Management. The city is not aware of any contractor named Marine or affiliated with the park maintenance that was brought up. For insecticides, the city has one contractor, Terminex, and they apply applications to buildings. For a more in-depth follow-up to this topic, I'm recommending that staff appear in July or August when it works into a schedule for an actual presentation to the community. Given that we've got a budget and CIP coming up in June, it would be a very good timely thing to follow up, though, in July or August for the council and community. Also want to add that staff is looking at how to increase notifications around these events. So whenever we are servicing parks with insecticides, or actually herbicides, not insecticides, sorry, through website and social media, so we can make sure the communities is made aware. I also was happy to hear that staff is looking at how to add owl and other raptor boxes in certain areas to try and help control some of those little furry critters that not everyone appreciates. So that's an update on one topic. As for potholes, during the months of March and April, and I just received a revised number, it was 62, I think, when we put out the last pulse. It's actually for March and April, it's 95 different pothole areas were serviced. So really looking forward to continuing that effort, and I know our Public Works Director has some good news on the road front later in the CIP presentation. And then two other items, and this came up, and staff has been working with Safety for the Bay, and we've left some of the window clings at your positions on the dais, but we also have posters and other resources available for businesses. We'll be reaching out to them to see how we can make sure that we promote the Safety for the Bay around the World Cup, but in general as well. And then finally, a general reminder for property owners that weed abatement deadline in Pinole is May 31st. Thank you very much.
Thank you, City Manager Evans. I did have a question regarding the, because recently in the news, we saw that somebody put rodent pellets out in Santa Clara in one of the parks, and a few dogs that I think were being the process of being poisoned. It sounds to me like from the report that there was somebody mentioned that was spraying something in the park. How is, I guess, for the public, how do we report that information so that somebody isn't actually taking matters into their own hands when dealing with these issues.
An excellent point, Mayor. Certainly, we would encourage anyone in the community to reach out to the city immediately if they have any cause for concern that somebody may be applying whatever it may be at a park. As for what the city of Pinole does, we do not use poisons pellets like that for that type of treatment. There are some carbon monoxide applications that can be used, but certainly don't have residual impacts to animals, pets. And that's one of the biggest concerns. You certainly want to make sure when you use poison pellets, it can get into the ecosystem so quickly and wreak havoc. So we certainly try not to do that and encourage anyone to reach out to us if they feel they see that.
So I would ask, if is the appropriate signage up so that somebody, if they were to see a bad actor, they're able to reach the city quickly? I mean, I guess I would imagine it's 911 or.
I will talk with the public works staff
Okay.
on how we can increase visibility of signage out there.
Okay. Thank you. All right. I think we're on to city attorney report.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Nothing to report at this time.
Okay. City Manager Evans, we're still at 8B for presentations. Okay,
Yes.
take it away.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. Our presentation tonight is going to be the Community Services Director, Andrea Dwyer, who's got a Community Services Summer presentation, and she is going to walk us through all the wonderful things that'll be going on this summer. Andrea.
Thank you, City Manager Evans. Hello, Mayor, Council, and community. My name is Andrea Dwyer, your Community Services Director. Tonight, I am joined with our Recreation Manager, Maria Picasso, and I'm also excited to share in the audience tonight, Christine Murray, our Recreation Coordinator who oversees our Tiny Tots program. She's been here for 25 years, so we are very thankful to have her and glad she's here tonight. Hi, Christine. Thank you. So as PCTV loads, thank you, PCTV. So tonight, we just wanted to provide an overview. As you already know, come February, we are already planning for summer. And although it seems wild, it is spot on for where we want to be with revenues and programs and numbers in our programs. I can report today that several of our weeks of summer camp and our Tiny Tots camp are full. Our swim lessons are full, which is wonderful when you're trying to look at it as a staff member, but as a parent trying to get into programs, it is it's challenging. So we are looking for ways of increasing. Just before I give you this overview, when it comes up throughout the program, some of our weeks are full, but for families listening and watching or who may hear, we are looking at ways to increase opportunity to see if we can get more people in there into our programs. So summer preview, we are excited to share what is planned for summer 2026. Next slide. Coming up quickly is our Pride and Juneteenth celebration. So this celebration will be on Sunday, June 14th at Fernandez Park. We have it settled from 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. This event is going to have our face painting. We will have vendors. We will have resources. Community entertainment. We will have also private groups, vendors that are out there selling things, offering resources to the community for different groups. We also have groups like our Pinole community players that will be coming out. We reach out to a lot locally, like our dance studio, and what we are also able to do online, which we haven't done in the past, but the last 2 years has been pretty successful, is we allow for community members to go online and tell us that they're interested in coming to our events. So if they're interested in being a vendor, we constantly hear, how do we get to join this event? Well, now you can just go onto our website and become a vendor and let us know that you would like to sell or just be a resource to the community. Next slide. Also in June is our pancake breakfast, which will take place the same day as our community car show, which is slated for Sunday, June 28th. So this event is separate from the car show. This event is held at our senior center starting at 7 a.m., where we cook up a wonderful breakfast, which includes our pancake, sausage, bacon, eggs, orange juice, and coffee. So come on down before you go to the car show. It's a full day of walking around. It's going to be hot, we know that. So being able to start it off strong, tickets are $10 for residents and $12 for non-residents. You can also buy those tickets at PinolRec.com, but getting full bellies before you see those cars is where we would like to assist with. Next slide. Summer camp. So we are offering our weekly summer camps, which will begin June 15th because the schools get out just slightly the week before. And this is for ages 3 to 12. So we have a younger program, which will take place at our Tiny Tots camp. So we'll have that for ages 3 and 4, and then ages 5 to 12 will also happen at our youth center. And so during those camps, we are doing games, arts, crafts, outdoor activities, going to the pool, enjoying that summer for some of them. Some of them, the younger kids are younger, so we don't go to the pool, but the older kids at the youth center do get to take those lovely walking field trips. And it's 3 to 5 for our Tiny Tots, and 6 to 12 for our youth center. Thank you. And this will go until August 14th. This year, I do want to point out, which has been received quite well, is for the first time, we're offering families to do deposits instead of paying the full registration, because that can be quite expensive for 9-10 weeks of camp. And so being able to just pay a deposit of $20, $25 has boded well for our community to be able to just take their reservation and then they'll pay for the full camp, the difference the week before camp starts. Next slide. On top of that, we have our regular youth programs. So we are offering courses like our drumming camping classes, our yoga programs, and then soccer. So we've seen an uptick of interest, which has changed. 5 to 7 years ago, yoga classes for kids we weren't offering. So being able to find an instructor, we have it at our Tiny Tots facility seen in this picture. We've also had soccer outdoors as well as indoors to utilize and maximize on spacing when programs allow. So this has been really nice for the community to enjoy. So take a look on PinolRec.com to see all of the new classes that we're offering, music, arts, etc. Next slide. Our swim center. So our Pinole Swim Center is not city run. This is something that we do contract out. So it is operated by the Pinole SEALs. So the Pinole SEALs offer programs and services to the community. Again, the city of Pinole does not hire lifeguards. We do not hire swim instructors. That is all done with the Pinole SEALs. And so they contract for services for things like Aqua Zumba, and then they're able to offer those to the community. And it's something that the city does not provide, but we do it through the Pinole SEALs contract. So through our pool, we have our SEALs, which is a swim team. We have our lab swim. We have pool party rentals, and then swim lessons. So we're able to offer those. Right now is the summer season, so making sure to take a look. June 15th is it's our spring season. Summer season will start June 15th. So right now on Saturdays and Sundays we have public swim, which is offered, and on these hot days it's really enjoyable, and we're seeing a lot of community members show up to enjoy that water. Next slide. Evening exercise. This is a thriving program, as you can see, for adults. So during our senior center programs, those services end at 4 o'clock. After 4 o'clock, we have a center where we can offer programs, and we do so. So we have Zumba toning, and Turbo Kick. So for ages 12 plus, they're able to go down to the senior center and participate Monday through Thursday. Next slide. Facility rentals. Throughout our facility, we have hired our recreation coordinator who oversees our facility rentals just this year. And with that person, we are able to offer beautiful spaces and venues for indoor and outdoor reservations. So we've been able to see a lot of community members come out and have their wedding receptions, baptisms, birthdays, and outdoor as well. We partner with groups like Pinole Hercules, West Contra Costa youth soccer groups, which utilize our fields. We also have our baseball programs, so it's been nice to see them out in our fields on a reservation-based system. So they do pay to use our fields and our rental spaces. Next slide. Right now, we are planned on our summer series at Fernandez Park. So this is where community members can come out, and concerts are from 6:30 to 8 p.m. So we'll have different bands throughout the summer, as well as movies, which begin at dusk or sundown. This is just a snapshot of what it looked like last year with hundreds of people coming out and enjoying, especially with good weather. And then we also welcome food trucks during those concerts. So we work with groups to get good food trucks out there, and that is for the concerts. And then at movies, we usually try to work with somebody to see if we can offer, whether we can offer something or a dessert kind of truck, but we're always looking for partners and resources to utilize for these events. Next slide. And we are hiring part-time employees. Those are our face of our community. We are so thankful. This is just a snapshot of some working events, giving us their holidays and their weekends and their days and nights. We run programs what feels like 24/7. It's not 24/7, it just feels that way. But our part-time staff, we are hiring so they can apply at pinole.gov. Next slide. This is pinolrec.com is where you register and reserve rental spaces. So if you're interested, feel free to visit that website, and that is where you can see a multitude of information. And next slide. And I just wanted to provide something that is a slide that offers a snapshot of where we are, because with all of those come revenues and expenditures. And this is the same slide that we presented when we provided the master fee update, just providing what revenues and expenditures look like for each of our subdivisions. And so with our swim center, we are at a cost recovery of 32%, with our youth center at 18%, Tiny Tots at 34%, senior center at 22%, and then our other, which is our facility rentals, which is how it was set up previously, we are at it's actually 152%, so there are more revenues than there are expenditures. And then the totals there at the bottom for the department to hover around 33%. Next slide. And that opens it up if there's any questions, and thank you for your time.
That presentation was amazing. Thank you. and it was very succinct. I'll bring it back to council for questions of staff. Is there any questions, comments on the presentation? Councilmember Martinez-Roman, please go ahead.
Question. Thank you for your presentation. As often is asked for public events that are out in the open and the interest in numbers of participants, has there been any new technology available that you have access to quantify number of participants at the events that are held outdoors? And I say new that you have access to because in the past you have used some counters to do as best as possible where the event is structured in such a way that you can count individual people getting through a certain point. But in the absence of that, which includes a number of events, you miss out on people who enter or access the location in multiple ways. So anything different this year that might has not occurred yet with regard to quantifying?
Yes. There is. We do not have it, but there is something that does exist. So what I've heard of neighboring agencies doing is similar to a Microsoft Copilot, an AI-generated system, technology, and all that it is. We've seen demos done where they will even take a look at the people who are Pinole residents, and if they how many attended, they'll know people from out of Pinole that attend, so they've been able to give some data. I don't know how accurate it is. We haven't tried it for our own because it is a paid version of technology that we haven't seen, but neighboring cities are looking into it, as well as Southern California agencies. I would be more than happy. I can reach out and take a look and share some information to see if that's something that we would want to see. Attendance is always a really beautiful number to have. Right now we do, as you stated, estimate, but there are resources that are being developed that we've seen through technology. And I've heard of things like Microsoft Copilot, but I'm sure there's a lot of different apps nowadays that could funnel that information.
Thank you for knowing this much about that. And yes, I think there would be interest, since we're often wondering about the quote, effectiveness and efficiency and the cost benefit of some of these events. And then also given, the last slide that you used in cost recovery and how there's a need for ongoing subsidies of these programs, which have more benefit than one can actually quantify. Yes, to that. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions, comments? Councilmember Sai.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Question on one of the last slides. Which positions are you hiring for and how many are they?
So we have recreation leaders. We also have recreation custodians. So our recreation custodians are those that are our faces to our rentals. So when you come to our senior center to rent it for the weekend, they're the ones that meet and greet you and get you through the events. And then our rec leaders are the ones that work in our program. So they're the ones that are, and everybody's a hands on deck for events, but recreation leaders are the ones that work at Tiny Tots at the senior center, also at our youth camps. So full service positions.
Thank you. And all these are part-time positions?
They are part-time positions.
How many openings for each category?
Well, we vary because when we do have positions such as our camps, for example, so I'll use Tiny Tots because they're here, we are maxed out. We are maxed out for enrollment, but we have a wait list of some weeks. We have a wait list getting into the double digits. So that tells me that we reach a certain number on the wait list, and then it actually pays for a staff member during this summer season for temporary. So we're looking at that to make sure we don't make any rash decisions, that we make sure we get people enrolled, and then we'll be able to hire another person. So it does fluctuate based off of the enrollment for the summers.
Gotcha. Thank you. Can we go back to the slide on cost recovery for each program? I apologize. I can't. It's kind of small there. I can't kind of see the details. But I see that the facilities is really the only category where we have where we're in the positives, correct? Any recommendations in terms of how to maybe maximize cost recovery for any of these different programs? Or if not, it's okay too.
A lot of our programs themselves are cost recovery. So when you're looking at a youth camp, for example, the amount of students enrolled, like I just stated, does pay for that part-time staff. What also is a little unique within the community services budget is we also have things like equipment maintenance that's balanced into our budgets. And so within our numbers, and you'll see that number is so high, is we have to offset the cost of the the events that don't bring in revenue, but they do cost us money. Or we're bringing in, we have to pay for that $20,000 appliance that just broke down at the swim center, but that's a part of our funding. And so we're trying to balance those large equipments with what we're receiving revenue-wise. We have a lot of different ways to look at new programming. I feel like is going to be very popular. Our facility rentals are really what's going to be our revenue generators. And then also looking at our contracts and seeing if we can contract differently in the future, and taking a look and making sure that we're maximizing what the city receives and that we're getting the best bang for our buck.
Thank you so much.
So I just have kind of along those lines. When we rent the facility, obviously that money comes back. What would be the average or a comfortable cost recovery percentage for a public event? Is it 25%, 30%?
For a community event?
Yeah.
Comfortable?
Yeah. I mean, obviously you would want to recover all of it, but I mean, we don't do that. I think we should, but we got to work our way to that point. The 30%, 40% does that hit the price point where you're seeing a full rental, right, all year long? And then if we were to start to, go up to a point where we are obviously trying to get to 100%, I guess city manager and team, how do we get to that point if we're fully rented out, have wait lists? I mean, it sounds like there's a demand, and get closer to the cost recovery. I mean, has that analysis been done or in the works?
When we were able to do our master fee schedule, we did get a really good snapshot for each division. And I think with that data is how we need to be strategic about moving forward. It's offsetting the ones that don't bring in the money. So, it's offsetting the car show for $30,000, and I have to make that up in 20 kids enrollments just to be able to offset that one event. And so it's important that I'm bringing council and through the city manager the data that when we do additional events or free programs and services, that we have to offset it somewhere. That's 20 lunches to offset that program or whatever that is for that revenue to come in. But they're offsetting themselves. If we take a look at those individually, it's when we add the swim lessons, we brought in $110,000. Our contract is $100,000. So how do we make sure sure that we can now offset the chlorine, the water, the $6,000 PG&E bill. Those things is where we want to get. We are above the national average. The national average is about 18% of cost recovery for community services departments. So major kudos to our team for that. But I think we have a ways to go. We're not fully rented out. Summer months we are. It feels like we are. We're even running double rentals. But in the off season, in that winter season, on Thursdays, do we offer a cheaper rate on Thursdays for somebody to book their weddings because that center is available after 4 p.m. or something like that? So being creative in how we're offering. And then we are full on summer camps, but we have plenty of fields that aren't used. So we have other buildings that we could still utilize. And so we're maxed out with what we have with staffing right now. Can we still keep going? Capacity-wise, we're pretty tight for what we can do, but I still think there's fields that we can still offer contracted programs on and still expand. We're not at 100% what we can do, what we're capable of. I think I'd be a little bit more comfortable closer to that 50% to 60. So.
I see. No, that's a great data point for having the national average, right? And then kind of where we are and then the strategies moving forward. I know this presentation, I'm sure when we get into budget, we'll have more conversations, but I think that really it's about that cost recovery and what that benefit to Councilmember Martinez Rubin was saying, where do we give the benefit to, and how does that offset? So, no, I appreciate the presentation. Are there any other questions, comments from council?
Comment.
Please go ahead.
First of all, just to clarify, I wasn't implying who do we give the benefit to. What I said was there is a way to quantify certain outputs, and counting people at an event is one of those outputs, given all the inputs, including staff time and actual monetary costs. The benefits are many, they're multiple, but some of them are not quantifiable. That's the challenge, and that I think we all have to somehow contribute to coming up with ideas. But how do we include those additional benefits overall per event that include such things as the satisfaction that residents have about meeting their fellow Pinole Valley High School graduates who are now returning to Pinole and attending some of those events. The reunions that happen at such events as the car show, and the new acquaintances and relationships that are built and that create what we often advocate for, which is community or the sense of community, and the inclusion of the inclusion of participation to enhance a sense of pride in a city from which people are emerging, either being born into the city and a new generation coming, and or former legacy families continuing to participate in these events. Those are the benefits that I'm talking about. So that's one thing to clarify what I meant. And then the other that comes to mind when we increasingly talk about inclusion in a different sense, and this is cultural tradition. I heard weddings, but I did not hear quinceañeras. So if we can maybe explore the possibility of celebrating, and that's just one cultural group that I know of. There are probably other kinds of celebrations that exist in other community groups and cultures that also call for celebration in venues, of which there are few affordable ones in the Bay Area, short of renting private space, and to promote the beauty that we have here in our city, the safety of it, to come to Pinole, the access beyond the site itself, to know that we have all these natural amenities surrounding the senior center. So that's what I'm talking about. Thank you.
And to clarify, we have cotillions, we have quinceañeras, we have a lot of those groups. We had a bat mitzvah, so we definitely are reaching out, and our rental coordinator actually does assist and is meeting the community out there also to kind of sell our spaces, which we haven't done before. So that's a new one. Thank you for that feedback.
Okay, thank you, council and staff, for the presentation. We're going to go ahead and go to public comment.
Yes, Rafael Menes.
Madam Clerk.
Good evening. So I just had a quick question. You mentioned that there was going to be a joint Juneteenth and Pride celebration on June 14th. But looking at the city's website calendar, it looks like there's still listed separate events, June 6th for Pride and June 14th for Juneteenth by themselves. So is that just an edit that needs to be made to the city's website, or which should I let people know about? Because I've let people know, hey, there's going to be a Pride thing on June 6th, and if it's not going to be happening, I would also like to let them know about that. Thank you.
And
City Manager?
yes, it's June 14th is the joint event. So please encourage anyone and everyone to show up. We really want to see a good attendance there.
Great. Okay, bringing it back to council, seeing none. Like to, oh, Councilmember Toms, was there anything? Okay, thank you, staff, appreciate it. All right, moving on to item 9, consent calendar. So any comments, pulling items, discussion?
No, move to approve consent calendar.
Okay, so we'll bring up public comment for consent, and then we can get a motion to approve.
Thank you. Yes, we have comments for items 9D and E from Rafael Menes.
Good evening again, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. My name is Raphael Mess, resident of Pinole, and I've got some questions that I sent in writing in the advance of the meeting, and I appreciate Director Guillory and Director Elgindy for getting back to me on them. For item 9D, I noticed that even given a time lag, if you look at page 97, it looks like we only got 9% of expected revenue for the Cable Access TV Fund. And I was curious as to whether that was a typical amount of revenue to have received for that fund at this point of the year, because that seemed low based on my recollection of prior years, but I don't have the numbers directly in that item. And secondly, for item 9E on page 112, it looks like the category mutual funds dash equity in the section 115 trust has a substantially lower yield than any other segment of the city's portfolio in the 115 trust or otherwise, and makes up only half of the trust. And I was wondering if that was just because of risk structuring or for some other reason. And I'd read out the director's replies, but I'm out of time, so I'll conclude there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, speaker. Do we have any other speakers?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to check online. That looks like that concludes our public comment. Thank you.
Okay, bringing it back to council.
Move to approve consent calendar.
I'll second.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Aye.
Mayor Tave.
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, we'll turn it over to City Manager Evans for item 10, public hearing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Tonight's public hearing is approving a single source energy services contract with Sirius Controls for the installation of 2 battery energy storage systems at the Pinole Youth Center and the Pinole Tiny Tot Swim Center, and 2, designating the city manager as the authorized signatory for all agreements and associated documents. This is all to complete the installations fully funded by Marin Clean Energy pass-through federal funds grant. And I'll turn it over to Camille. Wow. And Lily's going to be coming over, right? Okay. Lily Whalen's the director, and we're going to have a great presentation here.
All right. Thank you. So good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and members of the public. I'll be presenting on enacting Government Code Section 4217 to sole source a energy services contract with installer Sirius Controls for battery energy storage system installations at the Pinole Youth Center and Tiny Tot Swim Center. Next slide, please. So for some background on this project, in August of 2025, the city responded to a Marin Clean Energy solicitation for federally grant-funded battery backup installations at municipal buildings with existing solar. In November of 2025, the city was notified of project selection for both the Youth Center and Swim Center. The project is valued at $340,000, which includes some solar repairs and will be completely funded by the grant award. In January 2026, the city released a request for proposals consistent with federal provisions and received 6 proposals from installers. Serious Controls, they rose to the top for being the sole proposal of a federally compliant battery system, which met the strict sourcing requirements of Build America, Buy America, or BABA. In order to receive more competitive bids, we reissued a solicitation in February 2026, underscoring that BABA requirement. And of the 4 proposals received in that solicitation, Serious Controls, once again, was the sole proposer of a BABA compliant system. Next slide. So given the solicitation process resulted in a singular compliant vendor, Government Code Section 4217 allows for sole source of an energy services contract and would further strengthen the procurement process for selecting this vendor. Next slide. So the selected vendor provides confidence that they will be approved by the Federal Department of Energy and complete installation by the grant deadline of April 2027. Next slide. So in order to enact Government Code 4217, there must be a required finding that the project cost is less than the anticipated marginal cost of energy. In absence of this project, and so since the project is grant funded, the project cost is 0, and we would see an immediate net gain in energy bill savings. Alternatively, with a 30% investment tax credit, this project is eligible for. The project cost is about $238,000. So installation of these batteries, which will be dispatched from 4 to 9 when electricity costs are highest, it would result in a 20-year cost savings of about $246,000, exceeding the project cost. And this finding does not factor in upgrading both sites to MCE Deep Green, which is consistent with the Climate Action Plan, as well as cost benefit from solar repairs, which would lead to even more savings. Next slide. So with that, staff recommends the City Council conduct a public hearing pursuant to GC 4217 and its required findings and adopt a resolution that would award this contract to Serious Controls for both installations. And designate the city manager as the authorized signatory for the grant agreement.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and open the public hearing for item 10A. Do we have any public comment?
I believe we have no public comments. Thank you.
Okay, no public comment. I don't know if we close or do we bring it back to council? Okay. We'll close the public hearing and bring it back to council. Is there any action needed? Okay. Any comments, questions? Mayor Pro Tem, comments?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I want to say I appreciate staff. Thank you so much for bringing this item forward. The work that you're doing, obviously, around a climate action plan that is very in-depth. You all have been the one that organizing that. Thank you. But also securing external opportunities for funding. It really means a lot. For so long on this council, I've been, really engaged in thinking about how we see our system of energy as a city and as an agency. And so seeing this work particularly prioritized is incredibly practical, but also very timely. So I just want to honor the work that you all have done to bring this forward. Also want to encourage our residents to know that this type of infrastructure also not only improves our resilience, but also lowers long-term operational costs for the city of Pinole and positions Pinole to participate in California's broader energy transition. Battery storage is becoming increasingly important to our public facilities, especially sites like our swim center and youth center. And also these systems also help reduce peak energy costs and also improve reliability during outages. I also want to express in value and emphasize the value of leveraging the federal pass-through funding through the Department of Energy. We are very, very fortunate as a city to receive this money. Not every Contra Costa city, I think there's only 2 Contra Costa cities that are we're the only one. Thank you, Director Whalen. We are the only Contra Costa city that has access to this funding. As someone who serves on MCE Clean Energy's board of directors representing Pinole, I think it is important that cities of our size are not left behind in adopting our emerging technologies. And again, furthermore, just wanted to appreciate staff in seeking authorization to execute these type of agreements. I do want to acknowledge something important here as well. Projects like this do not happen automatically. We worked hard to advocate for these opportunities at the federal level and made the case for smaller cities like Pinole to deserve access to clean energy and resilience funding. I know there have been some critiques about our travel budget or participation in regional and federal advocacy spaces, but this is exactly why that work matters. We showed up in Sacramento. We also showed up in Washington, D.C., and that's how we were able to have access to this funding. We are fighting to bring resources back to Pinole, and we will continue to do that. Instead of just asking local taxpayers to shoulder every infrastructure cost alone. In this case, the advocacy that we had by going straight to Washington, D.C., helped position us to access federal pass-through funding for infrastructure improvements that will benefit our residents and public facilities for years. So I think it's just really important for residents to see the direct connection between intergovernmental advocacy and tangible local results. And this is an example of Pinole being proactive versus reactive. So again, thank you to staff. Thank you for pursuing outside investment, modernizing our city facilities, and of course, most importantly, making the strategic decisions in a load of directives that we've given you through the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan, and making sure it's tied into the environmental sustainability and long-term fiscal health of our city. So just wanted to say thank you again. I'm so excited to support this initiative.
Right. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any other comments?
I'm ready to make a motion.
One more comment, if I may, through the chair. No,
Yeah.
just I can't say enough. All the behind the scenes and administrative work that is required, and your diligence to make sure that all the requirements to have a successful application be met. And you did that time and time again. So thank you very much for that.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Rubin, and thank you again, staff. We'll turn it over to Councilmember Thomas.
Sure. I'll make a motion that we adopt the resolution pursuant to Government Code Section 4217 and its required findings, approving a single-source energy services contract with Sirius Controls for the installation of 2 battery energy storage systems at the Pinole Youth Center and the Pinole Tiny Tots /Swim Center, and 2, designating the city manager as the authorized signatory for all agreements and associated documents which are currently pending approval by the Federal Department of Energy to complete these installations, fully funded with Marin Clean Energy pass-through federal funds.
I'll second.
Okay, motion, Tom, second, Martinez-Rubin. Madam Clerk?
Thank you. Councilmember Toms?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin?
Yes.
Councilmember Sassai?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
Aye.
Mayor Tave?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, moving on to item B. 10B. 10B.
Mr. Mayor, if we could, we would ask that you open the public hearing and take any testimony if anybody's here and continue to June 2nd.
Okay. All right, so we'll open the public hearing for item 10B. Madam Clerk, do we have any public speakers?
There are no public comments. Thank you.
Okay, closing item 10B. And, oh, I'm sorry. Can't close 10B. We're continuing item 10B until the June 2nd meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Okay, moving on to item 11, old business. We have none. Item 12A, new business, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Tonight's new business item is the preliminary proposed five-year capital improvement plan for fiscal year 26-27 through fiscal year 2030-31. Before I turn this presentation over, staff is hoping to hear from the council a general focus for next year, especially obviously this is a five-year plan, it's preliminary, so we're not finalized, but we want to work on what we bring back to you in June. And one of the things we'd like to make sure and hear from the council is focusing certainly on fund balances. If there are balances in accounts for roads, we'd really like to hear from you all. Spend them, get them out there. You know, two of the things I've heard in my little over 2 months here in this incredible community, focus on roads and get some results. It really is something that I've heard consistently with all five of you, heard in the community. And so there's going to be a couple good notes here that the director will be laying out here, and I'm not trying to steal it away from her, even though I want to. But I really hope that you all give us some thoughts, comments, directions, making sure that all of 40-ish projects that you see on here on the CIP were on here last year. We need to make staff needs to make a commitment, fulfilling the direction of the council to reduce that number. We need to bring the results, and that's something that we plan on doing over the next 13 months. So I want to hand over the presentation, and some of it, the director may go a little quickly because 40 of the items you heard a year ago. But there are some new and other interesting tidbits that she will throw in. So Director Elgindy, I'll look forward to your presentation here.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor and Council members, good evening. I will briefly provide information about the overall five-year capital improvement plan with a focus on fiscal year 26-27 projects. Next slide, please. As you know, we utilize the five-year plan to budget for the upcoming year with projections of funding and planning in terms of projects for the following years. The five-year CIP has currently proposed 49 projects in addition to 7 infrastructure assessments, with the fiscal year 26-27 having 42 projects, 9 under facilities, 5 under parks, 9 under sanitary sewer, 3 stormwater, 16 roads, in addition to 4 infrastructure assessments. Next slide, please. I will try to go through the slides relatively quickly out of respect to your time, but please stop me whenever needed. Because some of the projects have the same project numbers over the years, it may be understood that no work has been completed per se. So I just included a sample of the projects that were completed this fiscal year under the annual programs. This is in addition to the ongoing projects such as San Pablo Avenue Road, the bridge replacement projects, and several others. So under the waste water, we completed and closed out we completed the Phase 2 Pinion Trunk Line replacement project, which was quite significant. We also replaced 2 of the pumps, upgraded the control board at the San Pablo lift station. At the treatment plant, we replaced one of the 3 blowers, ordered the other 2, and we worked with the communications and IT department to install cameras. For the stormwater, for example, we replaced the Dolores Court pipeline and upgraded the stormwater map and associated reporting, which brought us up from 80% to almost 100%. For the parks, although there is still additional work to be done at the dog park, but we remodeled the restrooms with some landscaping and painting work, replaced the sewer lateral at the Fernandez Park, replaced some turf areas and upgraded irrigations at the soccer field, and replaced lights and doors at the tennis courts. With regards to the swim center, and this is a project that still will continue. We replaced the filters, the 2 pumps, upgraded the heater, installed the autofill and chemical controller, and installed a mini HVAC split system. For facilities, we replaced the flat sections of the roof and the HVAC system of the senior center, replaced the roof, and the HVAC compressors of the PD building, the public safety building, I should say, replaced the HVAC units at the youth 2 of the 7 units at the youth center, remediate the damaged areas of the corporation yards where maintenance operations are housed, and installed the mini split HVAC system. The roads, what's referenced here is the slurry seal that was combined with the Pinion trunk line project, including Pinion, Orleans, and Zoe Course, and some of the intersecting streets. Appian is referenced. We coordinated as part of a development project the Appian Village, and they also installed new sidewalks, new lights, installed a new signal, upgraded another one, various public improvements. In terms of accessibility, installed over 20 curb ramps, in addition to the ones funded by development projects. Signage and markings, implemented the daylighting, started with 10 intersections and added afterwards, reduced the speed limits on Pinole Valley Road and San Pablo Avenue, replaced over 150 signs that are faded or missing in Zone 1. This is in addition to other maintenance operations throughout the cities. What's referenced here is what's under capital project for Zone 1. Next slide, please. The good news that our interim city manager was referring to, the request for bids was posted last Friday for the pavement rehabilitations. So the slurry seal on Pinole Valley Road from the bridge crossing the creek all the way to Seamus. Shea, that's going to be grind and overlay. And Marlesta from Appian to Jones Avenue, the circle, the traffic circles, and that's going to be a slurry seal. This is in addition to 26 curb ramps, 3 flat top speed humps on Pinole Valley Road, in addition to replacement of the parabolic speed humps on Shea.
Real quick, what's the engineer's estimate on that?
The engineer's estimate may be amended within the next couple of days. It's about 2.4 million, but I requested that the bike lanes on Pinole Valley Road be buffered, which will slightly change the estimate.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. We are also planning a second request for bids last week of July, first week of September. We've been awarded from Keller Recycle a grant for the implementation of rubberized pavement. And it applies to certain types of roadways depending on the width and the depths of the cracks. And the selected roadways for these for this project will include Savage Avenue and Ramona, as shown on the slide. Next slide, please. As well as Ridgecrest Road, Greenfield Circle, and Marionola. I should mention that the overall budget for both projects is about 3.6 million. And I will go through the numbers later on. Next slide, please. I apologize for this noise. The top project is a new project that is needed because of, although we remedied the damage caused by the rainstorms at the courtyard building, within the next few years, they will need to be relocated to the other courtyard because of the upgrades within the treatment plant. This building will be demolished. With that being said, this is a project that would be funded by Measure S out of the general fund, and it's not urgent this year. It could be postponed for another year or two. The second project is for the battery storage that was just presented by Kapil and Lily. And that's covering the youth and the swim centers, in addition to a relatively small local match. The Tiny Tots is a repeated project that and likely will require an additional year because of the level of upgrades needed, including the playgrounds that are damaged. Next slide, please. There is also additional upgrades needed to the swim center, although the budget that was considered for upcoming fiscal year, when was considered in June of last year, this amount was 300,000. We reduced it to 200,000 because what we've accomplished this year, and we're trying to phase out the upgrades. The second project will be divided over a 2-year period. The total grant funding is actually 952,000 rather than 600,000. And in addition to the local match, so it will be, and we have been working, Kapil and PG&E, on identifying the locations where the service connections would be, the level of EV chargers that would be needed at the various facilities, even going beyond what's covered under this grant. The City Hall modernization.
We had one question.
Just a quick
yes,
question.
please.
As you're going through these, what I'm hearing from you are numbers for the 2026-2027
Yes.
budget. Are those numbers collective of the entire amount of, you're noting some projects that have a higher amount for the cost, but are these numbers the collective amount of said project? So for example, EV charging infrastructure, you have $600,000. Is that, first of all, is that grant secured, the climate
Yes, that is a secured grant, and the total amount of the grant is 952,000, but 600 would be spent in 26-27, and the rest would be spent in 27-28.
Got it. So these numbers are specific to the year, not
Yes.
necessarily the full project.
Yes,
Thank
that's
you.
correct. Yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
Okay.
And if I may clarify with regards to the city hall, this is not new money. The 100,000 showed as gross impact fees. We implemented some upgrades this fiscal year already, like replacement of carpet areas, replacements of blinds, the workstations on both floors. And out of the 400,000, we're expecting by the end of the fiscal year, we will have 100,000 left that would be used for the upgrades of the counter areas on both levels and improving security. Next slide, please. With regards to the public safety building, despite that significant upgrades have been implemented already for a few years now, there is still need for improvements at the locker facility, at the restrooms, also especially on the fire side, but the vents actually, like the air coming out is black, so we need to either clean out or see if there is any damage that needs to be done. That's why there is still a significant amount planned for the building, in addition to painting and other repairs. For the senior center, also additional upgrades. We've already taken care of the HVAC and roofing. The upgrades here is for restrooms and other internal. The citywide roof repairs, this is not expected to cover a full roof per se. Like the public safety building, the replacement of the roof cost over 500,000. So the 300,000 here will secure any repairs to the various buildings. For example, out of the 600,000, we have some left over. We're replacing sections of the roof at the youth center. So repairs like that are area specific.
So just to ask a follow-up to my previous question, so it says $300,000 for this upcoming fiscal year.
Yes.
From the Public Facilities Fund. Is
Yes.
there a wider fund that we already have for that particular fund? Is there more money than $300,000 that we have accumulated at this point? Does that make sense?
The Public Facilities Fund, we're expecting to end up at a funding balance of 261,000. That's all that would be left over by the end of the fiscal year.
The current one, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
But I'm assuming that we wouldn't spend all of the 600,000 that we are budgeted for this fiscal year. That's why the assumption here is 300,000 rather than 261,000.
I lost you, Director Elquindi. I apologize.
I have a separate sheet that I'm working on.
Yep.
That identifies for the various funding sources how much we are going to have at the end of this fiscal year. This is how I used up the various accounts.
Got it. So let me ask my question one more time just to make sure I'm getting you. Is there any additional funding for the Public Facilities Fund outside of the $300,000?
No.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Next slide, please. These are, again, repeated projects because of the extent of improvements that we have to gradually implement, or because the work hasn't been closed out yet. For example, for the Pinole Valley Park, we were expecting to install the prefabricated restrooms this fiscal year. but it's likely that's going to be paid in next fiscal year. That's why the remaining amount is shown as 210,000 of gross impact fees. So again, this is from this fiscal year moving to next fiscal year. And the Fernandez Park, we're still, the amount shown because of the level of improvements that are still needed at that facility. And again, including the playground. Next slide, please. So the top projects would be a new project if it will be pursued. And that to commence on upgrading the dirt trail area adjacent to the high school. The lower projects, the bottom projects for the skate park rehabilitation, we were actually hoping to perform this work this year, but it wasn't possible. So again, the fund is likely to move to next year so that we can perform the repairs, including installation of the retaining wall. Next slide, please. The amount shown here, the 120,000 for replacement of the two blowers, that's what would be paid in the next fiscal year. We actually paid half of the cost of the two blowers. We already replaced one blower, paid for it in full, paid half of the cost of the two blowers. We're expecting to receive them in September, October, at which time we will pay the rest of the fund. And that's coming out of enterprise funds. We started already communicating with a number of our on-call consultants to commence the design for the Lowell tenant trunk line sewer capacity projects, which was planned for fiscal year 26-27. Similarly, this is the third project. We've been working with PG&E. They identified already the ideal locations for the batteries storage and EV chargers and so forth, and we're planning to pursue it in fiscal year 26-27. Next slide, please. As you are aware, we've developed the guidelines for the private sewer lateral program. We've received some interest, although no one have really pursued reimbursement yet. That's why we're planning to promote the program with the help of the communications department. Initially, we were planning $150,000 for this fiscal year and then as a test. But since we haven't spent the money and we started giving the list of the number of properties that are non-compliant, we decided to change the program to become over a 5-year program with only $100,000. Per year rather than the initial 150. And this 100,000 is not being spent this year, it's moving to next year from enterprise funds. There are several sewer related projects that are being planned for fiscal year 26-27. A few of them extend over a few year period. The good news is that the candidate for the CIP manager position has accepted the offer, so we're hoping that he would join us soon. We've also been coordinating with consulting firms to pursue these projects, including phase 3 of the Pinion trunk line. The work is actually on Appian, San Pablo, and on Meadow. And also the effluent outfall and $1,500,000, that's not just for design, that's including part of construction. Next slide, please. The first item, this is a project that has been on the books for a number of years now, and we're planning to pursue it to rehabilitate the secondary clarifier at the treatment center. We already commenced upgrading the lab. What really stopped us is the codes that we received were higher than what we initially estimated and planned for this fiscal year. That's why we increased the amount, and it will be paid next fiscal year. What we've ordered so far are the appliances. And also the rehabilitation of the sewer pump station. Since I mentioned the CIP manager, I should also mention that we're still in the interview process of the associate engineer position. Next slide, please. Resources for the stormwater projects are very limited, but they're very important given the compliance requirements. We used the top project this fiscal year to replace the Dolores Court pipeline, as I mentioned. We did not spend the whole $150,000, so the rest will go back, and then there will be another $150,000 for upcoming fiscal year. So it's the same amount, but we didn't really spend the whole amount this year. And the following projects is for the upgrades for the stormwater system, including installation of trash capture devices and so forth. I should also mention that with the help of consultants who assisted us in revising the stormwater plan, we've been working with Caltrans, seeking grants for installation of large-scale trash capture devices along the freeway that would serve both city and Caltrans, and also to provide additional funding for the bioretention area planned as part of the San Pablo Avenue Bridge replacement on the west side of the bridge. Next slide, please. So now on to road projects. The first one that was activated this fiscal year, and we finally achieved an agreement with BNSF that's been signed to perform the soil testing under the bridge. That's all that was remaining. We've completed all of the technical studies under NEPA and CEQA. So in either the second meeting in June or first meeting in July, we will be coming for the City Council consideration of the agreement for the design phase. The second project, that's a new one, utilizing the new TDA funding for the installation of the HOG signal across San Pablo Avenue at the senior housing facility. The plan was to have to supplement the $150,000 out of the signals projects. However, earlier today we submitted an application for TFCA. If funded, then we wouldn't need to take anything out of the signal project. The third project that was also activated this fiscal year, we were actually on the verge of losing the OBAG funds. And what is shown here is just the amounts that are expected to be spent in fiscal year 26-27. There is additional funding in 27-28. For example, the OBEG grant is $1,020,000. The STMP, we just we're getting another $700,000 in addition to $745,000. So we will be able to proceed with implementation of the improvements along Railroad Avenue this coming fiscal year, by the end of the calendar year, with improvements across the railway tracks in the following year. Next slide, please. So this is the pavement rehabilitation project that I shared with you. And what is shown here, the $2 million of gas tax funds, $1,250,000 of Measure J, $60,000 of STMP grant, $4788 of CarRecycle grant. In addition to that, we're allocating $350,000 from other projects, namely the signing and striping projects, the traffic calming projects, applicable elements as part of the pavement rehabilitation project. We're basically combining funds to enlarge the pavement rehabilitation projects. The following project is another annual program for upgrades of sidewalks. Similarly, the following projects for the accessibility upgrades. As I mentioned, we implemented this fiscal year over 20 curb ramps. We're planning 26 as part of the pavement rehabilitation projects, and we are planning additional ramps under this project. Next slide, please. The pavement markings and signage is, again, another annual program. But because of the conditions and the state requirements in terms of retroreflectivity of signs and pavement markings, and so this is going to be an ongoing process for a few years until we actually address all the needs throughout the city. Although the city street improvement funds will be depleted in a couple of years. So this is something that the City Council will need to consider in the future. The following projects, again, is an annual projects for upgrades to street lights. And I mentioned we've done, for example, this fiscal year, some repairs for the lights within Zone 1, because although Zone 1 initially had $350,000 from Measure S, we had to activate and move $250,000 to the Robel stormwater project. So what we had left in this project is only $100,000. So we had to move some funds between projects to be able to progress with all. The following one is the signals upgrade. And before the end of this fiscal year, we will be upgrading 18 out of the 22 signals to install compliant pedestrian push buttons. The remaining 4 signals are already to standard. Next slide, please. This is the road maintenance projects that I mentioned. It is funded by Measure S, and that is the project that upgrades signage, pavement markings, street lights, potholing in the 5 zones that we established this fiscal year. and we divided the city into 5 zones with 1 zone per year. It is, however, funded by Measure S. The next project is the ADA Transition Plan, which is a necessary project. We initially had 250,000 planned. However, the quotes we've received were too high, and we are required to update it before the end of the calendar year. We're required by Caltrans to update it. The safety improvements on arterial roadways that was on hold for quite some time, and we reactivated it. And we're now completed design, and we will soon go out for bids for the construction. So what is shown there is for construction. We actually funded the design under the on-call services for engineering consultants. Next slide, please. These are annual projects for this fiscal year. For example, we combined some of the funds from these projects into the pavement rehabilitation. There is still some remaining city street improvements funds to support these projects for another couple of years, but a decision will be needed at that point, or be considered as of now if they are not a priority for the city council. One is traffic calming, the safe routes to schools, the Old Town traffic calming, and these are just minor improvements when it comes to the Old Town traffic calming, because San Pablo Avenue needs to be redesigned and rebuilt, basically. And Pinole Smart Signals, this project will be implemented within the next couple of months. Implementation is prioritized between the different jurisdictions within the county, is mainly funded by a grant. What is shown here as 100,000 gross impact fee, that's just the city's local match. Next slide. So in terms of the infrastructure assessments, the top one, the San Pablo Avenue bicycle and pedestrian gap closure, it doesn't show any funds because our local match is being paid this fiscal year, 25,000, but the study in itself is funded by a grant, is led by the county, but we're heavily involved in every step along the way. And there will be an advisory committee that will be set up in the near term. So we'll come back to the city council and request representation. The next project is the storm master plan that will be completed around September, October of this year. We came to the city council to request additional funding and extend the duration. Yes, I think we came back in December of last year. And the additional funding and the updated schedule was approved then. And what is shown here is the remaining funds that is expected to be paid in the upcoming fiscal year. The last item shown on this slide is the Appian Way Complete Streets. We would like to avoid losing out on the STMP grant that was awarded a number of years ago, given that it's a valuable project, but the total funding amount would be about 200,000. We're still trying to coordinate and seek additional funding, but there is an assumption that there would be 100,000 of arterial streets rehabilitation fund. Next slide, please. Thank you for approving the active transportation plan. It's allowing us this week to apply for SS4A grant, and will be allowing us to apply for ATP grants next month. What is shown here is $20,000 because of the additional community consultation. There is a community workshop planned for July, and there may be additional revisions based on that and coming back to the City Council in September. The last item is the recycled water feasibility plan. We were planning to complete this work this year, but it was not possible. So it will be done the upcoming fiscal year. It's an important project, and it's funded by enterprise funds. Next slide, please. So where we are in the process, the information was presented to the Infrastructure Subcommittee on May 13th. Following today's meeting and taking into account your feedback, comments, and recommendations, revisions will be made. And the revised CIP will come back to the City Council on June 2nd. It will be reviewed by the Planning Commission to ensure consistency with land use assumptions and the general plan on June 8th. We're hoping to have a quorum for the TAPs so that they would evaluate also and be informed about the CIP budget on June 10th. And then the final CIP will come for the City Council consideration and approval on June 16th. Next slide, please. The overall, and I do apologize, it's relatively small. The overall funding for the 5-year plan is almost 87 million, with about 5.5 million now unfunded. Although for fiscal year 26-27, none of the projects is unfunded. And for fiscal year 26-27, it also includes 2 million of gas tax, 1,250,000 of Measure J, 4.9 million of transportation grants, 1.2 million of climate grants, and 5.4 million of enterprise funds. The overall budget for fiscal year 26-27 is about 20,500,000. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Mr. Mayor, if I could,
Yeah,
through the
please.
chair, one, Heba, thank you. Do want to provide some perspective. One, also want to thank, she mentioned the Infrastructure and Transportation Ad Hoc Subcommittee met. One of the documents that we discussed creating that will be shared to the full council and the subcommittee is a spreadsheet of these projects that, as approved by council, that include design percentage, so you'll know how far it's gone in the process, bid issuance date, bid due date, construction start date, construction end date, breakdown of the funds, so that way everyone knows every month what's the progress of all these accounts. Also want to make sure that, as was presented here, staff is presenting to council, and hopefully we are utilizing enterprise or special funds that are available that have accumulated large amounts of money. Let's get those monies into the system before we tap into general fund if we don't have to, because we've got enough budget challenges on that end. And finally, hopefully in this discussion, we'll maybe pare down a few things, because as great as Heba is, you're looking at the person in charge of 45 projects. And that is, she spends I get emails all night, I get emails on weekends. She does a great job on that, but she needs to be able to take a vacation. She can't do it all. And yes, we have a CIP manager coming in, but then we're still just two doing all of this. That's a lot to do. And so we're hoping that we get input from you all. If that's roads, if that's whatever, if there are certain grant-funded projects that, come up even tonight, yeah, let's get those done, but let's try and make it a manageable amount that staff can deliver to the city council and the community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for the presentation. We're going to bring it to council for questions. And just so that we can keep this structured, we got a lot of data thrown at us. We just want to ask questions of staff. We'll go to public comment and then come back for comments in deliberation, right? Okay, Councilmember Thomas.
Yes, I want to thank you for the report, and also thank you for the presentation to the committee. With the pavement rehab, you're going out to bid in May 2026. When do we think the timing for construction would be?
We actually already went out to bid last Friday.
Okay.
It's going to be out for 3 weeks. And then following that, there will be the selection of the contractor. I will come back to the city council to get approval of the agreement. The work itself is expected to be in July. That's why I mentioned that the second round, the second RFP will be the last week of July, first week of September, because by then we would know exactly how much money we will have left, if there would be any change orders or anything like that. And that's the amount of funds that we will work with in the second round.
Okay, thank you for that. On page 13 of the presentation, if we can go to that, there's the sanitary sewer work that is proposed, and there's the Pinion 3 sewer capacity for $1 million, and then I can't tell what other streets there are. But an overall question is, if we're going to be tearing up the streets, opening up the streets to improve the sewers, is that an appropriate time for us to also do the road resurfacing? Or do we just, kind of put it back to its, precondition? I'm wondering if there's any cost savings in doing both of those things.
Yes, and it really depends on the condition of the roadway, because we typically, the work is either through shoring or boring. This is like specific widths that once we replace the pipe, we fill in the trench basically. So depending on the conditions of the roadway and how many lanes, and whether we can support funding of the resurfacing or not, it could be included, similar to what we've done on Orleans, for example. Mm-hmm. We resurfaced the whole thing and added a few courts as well. Because of the extent of the damage from the project itself. So there was an excess to use enterprise funds to perform this work. And also, one of the projects, for example, the sewer projects for the tenants near the treatment plant, I think it's on slide 12. For example, the 500,000 reference there in fiscal year 26-27, that's really for the design. But the construction will be in 27-28 because also East Bay Mud will be replacing their water line in 27-28. And we can share the cost that year in resurfacing the roadway because they will be working in the same area.
Right. Okay, thank you.
So it depends on the project.
Thank you for that. Then on page 21, there's mention of the storm drain master plan, $75,000 from Measure S and $200,000 from the Sewer Enterprise Fund. I'm just wondering if the sewer enterprise fund is an appropriate source of funds for storm drains.
Yes, I hear your concern. That was a concern when we first looked into funding the master plan last year. And we brought it for the council considerations when we added to the budget and schedule. And the justification was because of the stormwater basically ends into the treatment plan. That's how it was justified.
Okay. And then I have one final question on page 23 on the process where we talk about the Traffic and Pedestrian Safety Committee, June 10th. I'm aware that we got an application for a member of the community to join TAPS, and she seemed like she has a lot of experience. Hopefully we can bring that forward, you know, at our June 2nd meeting, and maybe that would help us get a quorum.
Yes, actually, two members, their memberships expired. So I'm hoping that they would reapply and continue on the TAPS. If that would be the case, we will have a quorum, but we would still have a vacancy. So I'm appreciative of the fact that we received this application, and we will definitely pursue it soon.
Great, and thank you for your presentation again.
Thank you, Councilmember Toms. Councilmember Sasai.
All right, thank you for the presentation here. Want to start with where to start here? Let's start with the restriping. I'm trying to find the exact project number and which page it is. Excuse me. If maybe you can help me out here, which page is it?
I think it's on slide 18. Is it the pavement markings and signage upgrades?
Yes, okay, I got it now. So I know that the construction is funded 100 grand each year. Can you just walk us through the process of how you identify which particular corridors or streets will be identified and marked on any given year?
Yes. For this fiscal year, we're actually using some of this fund as part of the signing and striping for the pavement rehabilitation project. But the priority would be, depending on the conditions of the pavement markings, the corridor and how much traffic it serves, the abutting land uses, whether there are schools, businesses, and so forth. There aren't criteria per se, which provide us with some flexibility and provide us with the ability to combine funding with other projects. But what I can say is that there is a significant amount of demands citywide, and it's not just paint that we can implement in-house. It's also a thermoplastic that would have to be contracted out. 100,000 can be a reasonable contract to tackle a number of corridors.
I apologize if I missed this. For this fiscal year, next fiscal year, which portion of our roadways can we expect the markings to be constructed on?
For fiscal year 26, 27, those are the two projects that I mentioned. Pinole, Shea, Marlesta, and the additional ones that have rubberized pavement.
Thank you. For the Old Town traffic calming, I know in the description here you mentioned that there are some constraints with involving the construction of the SPA bridge. For fiscal year 26-27, what portion of that project can we expect to be constructed?
Actually, we're planning additional accessibility. We implemented a number of ramps in the downtown area, and we're planning additional ones for upgrades. We couldn't this fiscal year because of the level of effort involved it's not just about the ramp, it's adjacent sections of the sidewalks as well. So we're hoping also to supplement that with additional improvements until we're able to establish a complete street following the study that we're collaborating with the county on. Because having a grant for the study is just a step. We will be pursuing grants for design, for construction. It would probably take a few years, but we'll get there. So the 100,000 is only for some improvements in terms of street furniture, upgrades to lighting, elements that would change the overall environment, but they're not too costly.
Gotcha. The street lighting, I'm trying to understand how this intersects with also the other CIP project here, which is the overall street lighting upgrades. How do those two intersect?
Actually, the downtown area, my understanding is that there is a desire to expand like the string lighting that we have. This is not the typical street lights.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Thank you. And I noticed too that on last fiscal year's CIP, we had the San Pablo Avenue Complete Streets on the unfunded portion of the CIP. Has that evolved into the existing projects we're seeing now, which is the study and the traffic calming upgrades for Old Town?
Yes, we are proceeding with the study, which will serve into informing the design and the construction. Okay. And we're fortunate that the study is being funded by a grant.
Mm-hmm. So the construction, the design is being informed by both the study and also the active transportation plan as well?
Yes,
okay.
Yes.
Okay, interesting.
The active transportation plan currently assume a class 4, for example, for bike facilities. Mm-hmm. But San Pablo Avenue has a lot more than just the bicycle facilities. It has the parking design. It has improvements to the sidewalks. It has all the streetscaping elements, landscaping, street furniture, and all of these elements.
Okay. Thank you. And then last question here. Same as most years we've got in the CIP, there's priority scores for most of the projects here. And then you mentioned there was some sort of spreadsheet. Would that be something that would be brought to council at some point between now and revised budget?
Yes, sir. I would like to, there are different cells within the spreadsheet. It would be nice to go back with the subcommittee and reevaluate that priority scoring, and then apply that to all the different projects, and then bring it to the council for a full discussion.
All right, looking forward to the feedback from the subcommittee. Thank you.
If I may clarify, I apologize. The scoring referenced on the project charters, that was the scoring from earlier years. Last June, there was no scoring of the projects, but I wanted to keep the scoring for reference. It would be good if we look at the projects with a fresh eye and hear about your recommendations and priorities at this point.
Mm-hmm. Should council and public disregard the priority scores here at this point because it might have changed? Okay.
Yes.
Gotcha. Well, I'm looking forward to the spreadsheet and more information on that.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Sasai. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Director Ogwendi, for your presentation. I'm looking at slide, I'm looking at slide 24, the CIP budget summary, and I also see Director Guillory behind you. Can you help me understand the fiscal year 2026-2027, the appropriations here? How does that impact our baseline budget?
Possibly the measure S. Yeah.
Good evening. So, assuming that you're referring to those items that are proposed to be funded by the general fund and in Measure S?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So those do not impact the baseline budget. They're proposed to be funded with unassigned fund balance or available one-time sources. However, we do suggest reassessing that as a funding source, especially because some of these projects are ongoing. So technically, they would need funding going beyond the next fiscal year. So that's one part of it. Over time or over the years, the city's practice has been to fund some of the capital projects with unassigned fund balance in the general fund, which is an acceptable use of those sources as one time. But for some of these projects, as we can see, some of the road maintenance, those things are ongoing. And so we do need to identify an ongoing source to be able to fund those, because they will impact the baseline budget if they're ongoing sources. Okay. Or ongoing projects that requires ongoing sources of funds.
Gotcha.
So that's where that stands. But again, we would like to look at other sources and possibly leverage the non-general fund sources that we have for road projects specifically. And that includes things like the gas tax fund, Measure J, and then in addition to the two road funds that we have. So the city street improvements, which is Fund 325, and then Fund 377, which is the arterial roads fund. And I'd also like to highlight that both of those funds, so 325 and 377, are all general fund dollars. So those are funds that have accumulated from transfers from the general fund over the years. And so we would suggest really leveraging and starting with those funds before we use general fund dollars and Measure S funds for ongoing capital projects.
Thank you. When I look at pinole.gov/road-repair, your team has done a wonderful job at setting the zones for roads. Are the zones for roads also the same way? Do you reflect the zone for roads the same way you reflect for parks? Are the parks the park upgrades, are they a part of that determination?
No.
Okay.
No, the road work is separate from upgrades to the parks. And the areas were determined based on the conditions of the roadways. That's why some areas are larger than others, but the amount of work is equivalent on the individual years.
Okay. So looking at slide 10, I see improvements to city parks, but then I also see two projects that I would love to see prioritized by this council, which are the rehabilitation of the Pinole Valley Park soccer field, I think that's the second piece of it because we just did that, and then the Fernandez improvements. So when I see all three of these funded by growth impact fees, I think that's a great, I think that's solid. But I'm still confused about the $200,000 for improvement of city parks PA 2501. Can you help explain what that is for?
So the difference between the first one and the second one, the first one is an annual program. It's an annual project for upgrades of parks.
Okay.
And we're planning additional improvements at the dog park that have not been completed yet. They will be subjects to the community workshop that's will take place. We're also planning improvements to other parks. So that's an umbrella type project that we can utilize for general improvements within the various parks. The following two are park specific for specific improvements. The second one, for example, the $210,000 gross impact fees. As I mentioned, this is what's moving from this fiscal year to next fiscal year because of the delay of the installation of the prefabricated restrooms.
Mm-hmm.
So we will be making the payment next fiscal year.
Gotcha. And the growth impact fees, of course, can be used to rehabilitate parks. What else can it be used for? The fee.
It's also used for facilities.
Okay.
And I will ask Director Guillory to add, but I would like to clarify
that the amounts shown here as part of the CIP take into account how much there is in the individual accounts, whether they will be depleted in a couple of years or not. And they also take into account how much we will be receiving in gas tax, in Measure J, annually, in addition to the accumulation over time. That's why there is an unfunded amount, especially in years to come, because some, I'm assuming, that would be depleted, and unless we secure additional funding, priorities will have to be set up. And I should also mention other sources that we're pursuing. We've been very aggressive in pursuing grant funds. Like every single month, there are programs that we're pursuing. There is the potential, although we haven't used it yet, but July onward, there is the potential for using the vehicle impact fees for road projects. We also have about 3.3 million in the waste account, for example. We're looking into what other improvements could be used under this account. So we're looking into other sources. And I should mention that the traffic impact fees goes into the development fees, goes into the gross impact fees. It's all amalgamated together.
Gotcha. And the growth, just to clarify, the growth impact fees can be used for rehabilitation of parks, facilities. What's the menu there of options?
Yeah, so the city collects a number of development impact fees per ordinance, and they go into one fund, but they're segmented into the various areas. So it does include public safety. It includes, and that includes buildings and equipment. We also have public facilities such as City Hall, recreation facilities, and that also includes parks. There's also a fee collected for storm drains, although that portion is very low. There's not much there. And then there's also a wastewater development impact fee.
Separate of the
Separate from the sewer enterprise fund, yes.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I did have one more question. There are residents who continue to make their voice heard about the large trucks that go on Tenet Avenue into the courtyard, into the wastewater treatment plant. And their argument is that because these trucks are using that road, that the sewer enterprise fund could be used to repave that road. Are these residents wrong, or are they right?
Yes and no.
Awesome.
Because some of these trucks are not necessarily related to the treatment plan. These are the city's fleet, including maintenance operations. The treatment plan currently house the majority of our fleet, including all of our maintenance trucks, whether they are related to the treatment plant or not. So not every truck using Tenet is relevant to that. With that being said, we have one of the projects I mentioned is the replacement of the sewer pipes along Tenet. And following that,
Help me,
we will be
I want to
researching.
follow you. I'm sorry, Director Okunji. What slide was that again?
Yes, I will.
Is that a road? Is that considered a road project or a sewer? Sanitary sewer?
So on slide 12, the middle project, the lower tenant trunk sewer capacity.
Okay.
The 500,000, as I mentioned, for design.
Yep.
Following year would be for the replacement of the trunk line. Also, East Bay Mud will be replacing their water line, same area.
Okay.
And the two of us, we've already started coordinating. The two of us together, like the two agencies together, will share the cost of resurfacing the roadway.
And so that would be a project, a 2-year project, or what type of project is
Yes,
that? Okay.
it will be a 2-year project.
Got it. And that's the line, but the road itself, because would that be repaved because the line is being redone? Is that what
Because of the extent of, we're actually on the opposite sides of the roadway, the majority of the roadway. And Tenant in this section is only 2 travel lanes and parking on both sides. It's not very wide street.
Okay.
So the majority of it would be damaged. For example, resurfacing Orleans, we did that using enterprise funds because of the level of damage to the roadway because of the Pinion Phase 2 project.
Got it. Okay. The recycled water infrastructure assessment.
Yes.
I know you're prioritizing that. I appreciate you for doing that. I know there's council members, perhaps the mayor, who is very appreciative of that. How quickly can we get the RFQ or RFP out, given the new fiscal? I mean, this is a fiscal year project now, but it also is proposed for next year. How quickly can we get the RFQ or RFP out?
We could possibly get it out probably July, August.
Okay, awesome. Are you able to give a report back to council when you do have that out, or is the city manager able to?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, of course.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I think that's all my. I just want to say congratulations on the bridge, the soil testing. I know that's a big deal, and just wanted to commend you. Yeah, that was a huge deal. It's a comment, not a question. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Questions? Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to page 7. The upgrade of the Pinole Shores Corporation Yard. You said something I want to understand better. That was the need for those upgrades was because of storm damage. But you said that eventually staff would have to be moved out, and the facility will no longer be there.
Yes, if I may clarify, as a result of the rainstorms that we've had, there was damage that took place. It damaged the locker room and the offices. The building itself is a metal frame. It was not initially intended to house offices. But we remedied the damage, replaced drywall, flooring, lockers. So we did the necessary repairs. We replaced the metal gutters as well. And we installed the mini split that was donated a number of years ago. So it's functioning better. And it's not an urgency. It could be pushed for a year or 2. The reason I mentioned that the space of the building, that building was initially was for maintenance of the fleet. Like it had mechanical area for, because of the planned upgrades to the treatment plant. And there are a few projects that would be utilizing this area, but they're not scheduled for fiscal year 26-27 or even 27-28. You will see in the CIP that they are scheduled for later years. But the upgrades to meet the requirements will require that space.
So if I'm understanding, the upgrades to the wastewater treatment plant resulted in the vehicle fleet requiring maintenance that is done at the corp yard? No, okay, help me out.
It will result in needing the space of the building and removal of the building. That's why we didn't want to do a lot of upgrades to the building and spend too much. We had to remedy the damage, and it can survive for a few years longer. But the area itself will be needed. So the building eventually will have to be removed.
Okay, so the area will be needed to keep the wastewater treatment plant functioning as required or as needed with the upgrades?
Yes.
Got it. Thank you. And where will those staff go? We won't worry about that for another 2 years?
They will go to the Pinole Shore Corp Yard. And the 400,000 mentioned here on slide 11 is not really a five-star upgrade, because I know that Sanjay brought forward several years ago a proposal for 800,000 that would have funded a building. But what we're planning here, our team would grade the ground. And the 400,000 will be spent for the utility connections. It will be spent for buying 3 used trailers in good condition. We've checked out the cost for a locker, offices, and break room, portable restroom. We will be funding the EV chargers using another grant, and also for the establishment of the parking spaces to house the fleet or some of the fleet. So the 400,000 are customized to make the courtyard functioning and safe. It's included there the cameras, replacement of the fence, and having an electric gate. What we have now is manual was a lock.
Okay, visions of wire cutters come to mind. Okay, thank you for that explanation. Page 9. You've got 400,000 of growth impact fees for public safety building upgrades. And you mentioned also that, if I heard correctly, the HVAC or whatever it is that out of which air is released may not be doing what it needs to do given the condition of the air. So I'm concerned about that for staff's health purposes. What about the lockers and restrooms? Could those be delayed upgrades or improvements in those without posing a safety concern for staff, a health and safety concern for staff?
Yes, they could. And to be transparent, we did not actually get codes for every. We have like a 3-page list of items that need upgrades in the buildings on both sides, the PD and fire sides. So we did not actually get codes for everything. The 400,000 is an estimate. But there is a number of restrooms that need to be upgraded. Even the ladder that goes into the roof, it's not compliant and it needs to be replaced. We upgraded the roof when we replaced the roof. We also brought it to standards by installing the railings up on the roof. But coming down to the building, there is a significant amount of upgrades needed. Some areas of the flooring are damaged and need to be replaced, in addition to the vent area. Like, we don't even know the scope of that level of damage yet.
Okay, thank you. On page 10. The rehabilitation of Pinot Valley Park, now help me out, there was one soccer field that was rehabbed, and then there's largely helped by an outside organization. So are we talking about the adjacent soccer field? A soccer field different from the one that was rehabbed, I think maybe last year? Yes, it's a different soccer field.
Yes, and earlier this fiscal year, actually, we contracted out and replaced damaged areas of the turf, and some upgrades, not total replacement, but some upgrades to the irrigation system. The 210,000 shown here is the amount that would be paid for 2 contractors. Basically, the supplier of the prefabricated restrooms that will be installed in the parking area. And the second contractor who's going to build the foundation and bring in all the utility connections. It will be by the skate park, and there are already water, sewer. There used to be restrooms there at some point in the past, I guess. There is sewer, water, and nearby electric supply as well.
Okay, so the amount estimated here is for really what I consider structural items
we are-
at the park rather than the grounds themselves, rather
Yes.
than the grass. Okay,
It's not
Okay.
the grass.
okay, thank you. And restrooms and the foundation for utilities, which are physical infrastructures, as far as I'm concerned. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. And what about, can you give us a few examples of the Fernandez Park improvements?
There
could
is
be- could
actually a significant amount of improvements needed in Fernandez Park, including the seating area. We repaired the lighting, but we did not upgrade the lighting. There is the playground that has damage. There are multiple areas that need upgrades, even areas in the fencing itself.
Thank you. On page 11. Skate park rehabilitation, I recall seeing this from years prior, right? Is it as, and this is a very general question, we like to ask for data and then we don't really have data to support. Is it as popular as it had been in years prior? I recall a lot, at least from public comment and people who showed up to speak in favor of the skate park. There seemed to be apparent interest in that as an amenity for our residents. Does there continue to be interest? Are people using that skate park, or are people using the skate park in spite of its condition, which it really poses a potential liability? I believe there is some damage to it already.
Well, the project was first established in 2022, and we were planning to implement the repairs and install the retaining wall this fiscal year. But there were too many upgrades that were a higher priority. What I can say is that we haven't been receiving complaints. But possibly if we were to implement the improvements, the skate park would be used more. This is just an assumption.
Right.
But what I know based on our records, we haven't been receiving complaints.
Thank you. And on page 21, Appian Way Complete Streets, also something that's been on paper for a number of years. I heard correctly, additional funds are being sought. So without the additional funds, is this one of those projects where there is regional interest or regional benefit because it is a large, I'm going to say it's a corridor. It's a busy
Yes, and because of the location of the project, with that being said, the project has been on the books since 2021. And actually, West County TA, as part of putting the STMP funding together for this round, for this call, they were asking and seeking to take back the funds that hasn't been used. Thankfully, I was able to convince them that we will proceed with the design of this project. And because it's a valuable project that I think it's worth pursuing.
Because?
Because it's a plan to establish a complete street design on a key corridor. Appian Way is an arterial, and it's one of the priority safety corridors within the city, experiencing the highest number of fatal and severe injury collisions. So it's a key corridor for serving the traffic volumes, multimodal, safety conditions. It's a key location.
Yes, thank you for echoing that. I wanted the public to hear that. What segment of Appian Way are we talking about?
From El Sobrante North. Initially, the plan was a relatively short segment of 150 feet, but it's going to be extended more than that.
From El Sobrante North all the way to San Pablo?
I'm not sure we will be able to reach that. It's going to be dependent on how much we can afford.
Okay. Okay, just wanted a little bit of clarity. Having, I think the chief would have this report, but yesterday there was a traffic collision at the off-ramp, at the eastward off-ramp at Appian. Just coincidentally, we're talking on a week about Appian Way, and although that specific type of incident does not occur, it does put a damper on traffic around that time. This was about 5 o'clock, 5:30 or so p.m. Just as an example of, I'm sure residents who experienced the lack of traffic flow for maybe 20 minutes or so would recognize the importance of that corridor. Thank you so much. Those are my questions.
Okay. My question is, how many projects are 100% funded in this plan?
All of them.
All of them? 100% funded? I saw Director Guillory wince a little bit. How much of these?
If there is a desire to reduce the Measure S funds, for example, what is mentioned on the slide before last, showing the Measure S to 2014, a total of $920,000. The courtyard upgrades alone could potentially save $400,000 this fiscal year. So there are lower hanging fruits.
So I get it. We're not going to get into that just yet. I'm just asking questions. Like, how many projects are 100%? Do we have that number? If not, that's okay. We can come back with the table. Of those projects, I guess, once we get that spreadsheet, I'd like to know, and I mean, this is a question to staff, how much of them are grant dependent, right? There's a match from us and grant dependent, and if there were timelines.
If I may clarify, all projects are fully funded. None is dependent on getting a grant or whether the fund is available or not. It's a matter of council prioritization of whether we would want to spend this fund on this project or not. That's why I mentioned if you'd like to reduce the assumed Measure S funds that's coming out of the general fund, basically, we could eliminate associated projects or some of them.
We'll probably.
But as of now, I took into account all funds available within the 5-year CIP.
Got it.
Whether the accumulation or what's going to be allotted in future years.
Okay. Is there a way, another question, how many of these projects are 100% scoped or shovel ready?
Shovel ready would be ready for construction, and not all of them are. Some of the projects, even using grant funds, are for design. But that's the step we have to take to be able to reach the shovel ready.
So you mentioned, Director, that you had a request for bid go out on Friday,
Yes.
right? So that bid would be for a street overlay. I'm assuming there's already a design. We're ready for a contractor. So that would be considered 100% shovel ready. How many of the projects are, I mean, this is not a question that I'm having an expectation for you at 10:30 to answer right now, but I do want to make sure that these questions are getting on record. To understand how many of these projects can physically move to construction, right? And I understand we have a few. There might be a few more in here that we want to make sure are visible to the council and the public. Because I do believe, no, just questions, right? We said it, just questions. The next question I had was related to, hold on one second. Give me 1 second. Is specifically a project, the EV charging infrastructure. That project seemed like there still needs to be a design component to that. We don't know where those charging stations are going. We do know that we have funding for that. We just don't know where we would place them. Is that for?
We do, actually.
So we do have a EV charging plant. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so that would be something that would be considered biddable on the street, right? We put that out on RFP. Someone would bid that project and then start the construction process. The question I had was, is that City of Pinole owned chargers?
Yes.
Okay, so there would be a revenue component similar to the ones that are outside.
Some will be open to the public and revenue generators. Some will be not accessible to the public.
Okay. The only other question, well, I guess we can wait for comments, but on some of the projects, I wanted to know, have we had any, the communication plan for shutting down a road? We're shutting down a road in the summer. Schools, might not be involved, but school starts, that kind of action. But I think what we'll do is we'll take public comment, because I think the council's definitely going to want to have some discussion on how to move forward. And I do have some spreadsheet comments I wanted to mention as well.
If I may clarify something quickly. With regards to the spreadsheet, I could add all this information. This is something I've used in other jurisdictions as well, and it would be accessible to other departments, not just council members or other elected officials. But all of these details could be made available as part of the spreadsheet. If I may add an element about the shovel-ready projects, there are several of them. For example, the Bay Trail Gap closure. We are going to be building the improvements on Railroad Avenue this coming fiscal year. So there are several projects this way. Other ones, although they're not shovel-ready, but they have to continue, like the San Pablo Avenue Bridge replacement, for example. We're stepping into the design phase, and the design in itself will take over a year.
I completely understand, but that stratification of work needs, at least from my opinion, through the city manager and staff, through the council, we were trying to set priorities that are achievable. It doesn't make sense for us to, and I'm getting into comment, I was hoping to just do questions and keep, see, I catch myself though. But I think what we'll do is take public comment and then come back to questions. But I do want to drill down to those projects at some point to understand what the staff load is. How do we augment with consultants if need be for CM work with oversight from staff? So Madam Clerk, we can jump to public comment and then maybe come back to council.
Thank you. Rafael Menes.
Good evening again, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. My name is Rafael Mess, resident of Pinole, and I've got a few comments and some questions with regards to this item. So, I think Director Elgindy already addressed several of the questions I had in my written comment to her earlier in her reply, but I still wanted to bring up some of the points. With regards to the vehicle impact fee in particular, I'm curious, and this might be more of a question through the mayor to the city attorney, how long does the city think it's going to be before it's able to actually determine the use of the vehicle impact fee and actually be able to use it? Because I think it's been collecting it for about a year now, and it's still, according to the responses that I've been receiving, effectively unusable because it hasn't yet been determined to be usable yet. I'm presuming because of some legal reason or another, but I appreciate feedback from the city attorney on that point. With regards to the phase 3 of the basically Pinion renovation project, I know that I recently brought up issues with potholes near the intersection turning basically to the south off of Pinion onto San Pablo, basically the left-hand turn lane there. There's some potholes in that lane and leading up to that. And there was recently a ticket created for it about a week ago or so. But I'm wondering, how does that interact with the potential renovation of that segment of roadway as the Pinole Shores 3 process goes forward? And then finally, I'm not sure how much time I have left because the timer isn't going, but I want to ask a somewhat dangerous question of Director Elgindy. If you could remove any one project from the list, just wave your hand and have it go away, which project would you choose to get rid of? That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
That concludes public comment. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, you have.
Please feel free to come to the podium. Oh.
Do we have a?
Hold on just a moment. We'll see if we
remote?
have a mic for you.
We're going to look for a remote mic.
We need a mic in order for you to be heard on record.
Debbie Sear. This question is for the park, Fernandez Park. That bridge 5 years ago was supposed to be replaced. It's in a really bad state of repair. People keep bringing events to the city of Pinole, which is great, but that's a huge safety hazard. I've reported it, 20 times over the last 5 years. So is that a priority? To anyone who wants to answer that? I've already tripped and fallen. My partner's tripped on it. And I think the city came this week and put orange circles all over the wood. You're going to be having a big event there in a couple weeks. What are your plans?
Thank you, Speaker. Okay. Do we have any other speakers? No other speakers. Okay, so we're bringing back to council for comments and any additional questions of staff. I think that the public speakers had a couple with the vehicle impact fee that I think I've asked that before, but trying to understand from the city attorney where that stands, what the anticipated resolution might be.
So through the chair, so it's my understanding that I think the director has mentioned that there's a portion of the vehicle impact fees that are eligible currently for expenditure. I'm sorry?
In July.
In in July. So that there's a portion of the fees that will be eligible for expenditure in July. I don't know if the other part of the question was, what can the vehicle impact fee be expended on? And it's really for public works related projects and infrastructure projects.
Could we clarify like what that looks like as far as cost goes? Has it been incorporated into the budget? Is it? We have an idea.
Not currently, but the vehicle impact fee will, because of the way it was set up, it is to reflect the impacts of the garbage trucks on the roadways, and it would be 100% allocated towards pavement rehab. So if we are going to be able to utilize the funds, we will simply add it to the planned project.
Do we know how much we've collected so far?
The collection has been gradual, so we will count the amount that has passed a year. Do we know? About 1.2 million. So we've received 1.2 million so far.
Okay, that's positive.
Yes.
Okay, coming back to, there was another question regarding pedestrian walkway and bridges. That's something that's been, I know, on the council's mind.
We recently
Repair.
replaced some of the wood boards, actually, but
Okay.
additional damage took place recently.
I see.
So we've ordered additional material.
Okay, so it's an ongoing maintenance concern. Got it. Okay. Okay, back to council for comment and any direction. It looks like Mayor Pro Tem, followed by Councilmember Toms.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Can you help me understand how often are we looking to something like that happening on the bridge? Because you just said you just repaired it, so.
Actually, the Director Dwyer observed kids basically damaging the wood boards, and she talked to them and she talked to the parents. It just happened that this is something that was witnessed that time. Most of the time, we don't really know who does. But what I can share is the regular damage that happens to.
Because it's wood.
Like the new wood panels, don't get damaged. Is the old ones because they're easier to. Yeah.
And then, like, has staff looked into a different type of product instead of the wood or something to cover up the wood?
That would be a more complicated type of a change. And for example, one of the bridges, as I mentioned earlier today, was recommended a number of years ago for replacement. So to make major changes could trigger additional requirements.
Gotcha. Okay. I'm going to surprise you here and say that I would love to see some roads repaved in the next fiscal year. I'm sure that's not a surprise to you. But I think fundamentally, like, we don't probably have the capacity to add any more projects. It sounds like we're not adding any more projects, but anything that would appear that we're adding more projects, we probably wouldn't have the time to do that.
Actually, we will try to utilize the season as much as possible. Our effort is in going out for bids and setting up the agreements and all that, but the work itself, and we're contracting out the inspection as well. It will come before you for your approval, a separate agreement for an outside inspector that we worked with on other projects. The majority of these projects already have consultants on board. A few have consultants team, all of which will be listed in the spreadsheet. So the effort is not in the implementation itself, because the implementation typically takes weeks, but it's all the preparation.
The design. Is there any project listed here that doesn't have a team of consultants on it?
Yes, mainly the small scale projects that are being done in-house, like the annual type.
Okay.
Like, for example, upgrades to tiny tots. We come up with the improvements and then we contract out depending on what we are going to improve, right? But not necessarily needing design. It's usually for labor and material for replacements. So it depends on the project.
Okay.
But I'll be happy to list all that.
Okay. And then my last question was in terms of like the project, the assessment of projects this year, given that you had a sample, is there a, I don't know, I'm looking at more so like a percentage wise of how much time was spent on these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They're like 9 different categories you have on slide 3. Are there any, are these equally, is your team spending an equal percentage of all of your time on all of these 9 different categories? Or is there one particular, like, is there a way for you to help us prioritize what we would want to see next year into these categories based on the time? So for me, of course, based on the anecdotal and experiential comments of residents, I'm intrigued to like want to say, hey, you know, our city should be spending all of our public works time only on roads. That's probably not reasonable and practical. So do you have something that would help us prioritize based on how much time overall in your department is being spent on different categories?
I'll be happy to provide some information. These projects are really handled between the various divisions within Public Works. Some are being done by maintenance operations, some by wastewater, some by engineering. So these are, and this is not all the projects that were completed.
Right.
And they don't reflect the ones that are ongoing. So I can provide in terms of the scheduling of the projects, which team would be dedicated to which projects when, if that would be of help.
Yeah, I you know, on one hand, I'm like, scale back everything. On the other hand, it feels like you have a good plan, but this is kind of our challenge at the moment is just to figure out what to scale back, but also when our hands are filled with everything, it's kind of hard to understand what to scale back. I guess on one hand, it's, you know, we want to kind of jump in, but on the other hand, we just kind of want to hear from you, Director Elgwendi, and it doesn't have to happen now, but like at some point before the budget year this current budget year ends, really just hearing, I guess, kind of what one of the public commenters said, like if you had 1 or 2 projects that you could scale back from, what would they be? I don't want you to have to answer that again, like right now. I really would love your thought process on that and time and give you that consideration. But it is something that's on my mind given your experience in the city particularly. So
I actually offered that one project, although it's necessary, it's not necessary this fiscal year.
Okay.
I mentioned, because this is not my decision. I only provide information. It's up to the city council to decide on priorities. But from the perspective of just doing roads, not upgrading parks, not upgrading facilities over the years also caused some deteriorated conditions. Like it also has impacts that are negative. Maybe they're not as visible as the roads. And some of the projects here, although they are categorized under different names, we're combining funding under one road projects. They are in number, they may seem bigger than how we're using it at the end of the day in some cases. And the one projects I would probably remove for 2 reasons. One, it's not a priority this fiscal year. Two, because it's going to get money out of Measure S, would be the courtyard.
The courtyard, of course, okay. Okay, that's all my questions for now. This is just a presentation, or?
Yeah, Councilmember Thompson.
I was going to have this similar question as far as what would be your recommendation as far as projects that can be moved, removed from this fiscal year, perhaps delayed. So, I understand this is going to come back to us, and if we can get more specifics of what are reasonable projects to actually get done this fiscal year, and whatever is not, see if we can move those off into the future, so we can have, some that are actually closed out.
Actually, the vast majority of these projects are dictated by the timing of grant funds. They are already ongoing, and they need to continue to progress to get to the point of shovel-ready. So most of the projects here are restricted in a way, but there are projects that may not commence per se, like on slide 11, these two projects, whether the Pinole Creek Trail upgrade, this may not materialize. The following one for the skate park rehabilitation, it was planned for this fiscal year, and we pushed it for a year because we felt that other things were a higher priority. So there are a few projects like that, but for the vast majority, they're being proposed because they are important, and from the staff perspective, they are a priority. We've accomplished a lot this fiscal year. There are still a few that would be completed by the end of the fiscal year with the staff, the team members that are coming on board, and the consultants that we've been working with. Maybe I'm taking a naive perspective, but I've been doing this for over 30 years, and I'm not alarmed by it. I feel it's doable. But at the end of the day, it's the council's decision.
Okay, thank you for that. And I just wanted to reiterate that in the subcommittee meeting that we had, I did indicate that I would be supportive of going to outside consultants for engineering and inspection work, more so than what we have now, if that's what it would take to finish this list.
I'll be happy to supply a list. We have Wildan, GHD, EBA. We have over 10 consultants under the different. I will supply all this information so that you would have the information to make the decision which ones.
Well, we wouldn't be picking contractor. What I think is the concept needs to be communicated to the city manager and the directors that we need to start looking at other forms of delivery, whether it's augmented with consultants. But really where, Councilmember Thoms, I'm sorry to jump in. You finish
No,
your comment.
that's correct. As far as augmenting the work that staff is able to do so that we can deliver on these projects.
Okay.
But I do appreciate your confidence in, your capacity to move forward on these. So, thank you.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Thank you. So thank you. Indeed, I echo what Councilmember Thoms just said about your perspective and distinguishing your perspective and then the role that we have here as making decisions upon hearing and receiving the information that you can provide to us. I recall that in past years there was some sort of matrix that was developed that public works staff directors used at the time. Don't know whether that is the same kind of matrix that you're considering for a scoring of projects, But at the time, it was helpful, and I'm sorry, I don't recall the different criteria, but I remember printing that particular page of the staff report because I have an appreciation for establishing criteria towards decision-making. And so I'm going to mention a couple of things that I think to some degree you've already answered, and then I believe among the four that I have here that I think requires us to discuss and think through, us council members. So what I would look for on a matrix would be whether the individual projects, if they were not implemented or were they not implemented regardless of what phase they might be in next year, would that lack of implementation negatively impact the city meeting regulatory requirements or compliance? You mentioned that some of these were associated with compliance or not. So that is, in my opinion, a must do. And has the projects go to the top of the list with regard to priority. I think you've had some related questions. Can the projects, although funded, can they be managed using existing staff? And I think the answer, having heard Councilmember Toms and the mayor talk about, I believe, as well, talk about potentially considering other options toward delivery and/or completion. I used the word implementation earlier, and I think perhaps even that might require us understanding what we mean when we talk about implementation, because I'm not sure, even as I'm hearing myself, entirely what that means. But I think having said that report back due to us giving the status of projects as engineers know them will be helpful. And then I can somehow adapt to that kind of approach to what I know to be implementation, which I think in essence is delivery of service or completion of a project. That gets me to my item, my criteria number 3, and that is, does the regardless of the phase in which a project that appears right now in this CIP would find itself in fiscal year 26-27, does it support service priorities? And so that gets to us. What do we consider to be a service priority? And then my fourth consideration to determine priority would be, is the project being conducted in coordination with other cities or regional bodies, such as whether it be Metropolitan Transportation Commission or the Contra Costa Transportation Authority. And going back to the top about compliance, the one that I am maybe that much more aware of that has me thinking about the projects that are funded by the sewer enterprise or otherwise are related to it are the ones for which we have to comply for the Water Quality Board, or somehow the work that needs to be done or would be done would help the city meet the new requirements for that, or compliance requirements for that. So that's what I've got on my mind now.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Rubin. We're going to need a motion to extend the meeting.
So moved.
Okay, 11:30? 11:30, okay. Roll call.
Councilmember Toms?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin?
Yes.
Councilmember Sasai?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
I'm sorry, clerk, can you repeat the motion?
To extend the
Oh, to
meeting to
extend-
11:30.
Okay, gotcha. Aye.
Okay, Mayor Tave?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. So I had a few things that I'd like to see, or at least discuss. I'd really want to understand, you provided a report as far as funding goes, which I think is great, but in that spreadsheet, the different funding sources, I think you mentioned that, sequencing of projects, once we have the dates, really just kind of what the sequence is going to be. I don't want to get too far into the weeds, but it's become pretty evident over the years that this Office of Public Works is sometimes overtaxed. And the amount of work that's happening, you could be putting 120% out, we're only getting 60% back, right, as far as results. And that just means that your staff, and it's any organization, is just redlining up against, impossible deadlines with underfunded projects. I mean, I've seen it in engineering firms happen all the time. What I want to do is make sure that, at least from my perspective, that what we say we're going to do for this next fiscal year, that is the SMART goals, it's like specific, measurable, what is it, reliable, yeah, and then timely and
Time frame specific.
right, like just the SMART goals, right, and being very clear with staff, with the council, and the public. So in this Excel spreadsheet, I think there has to be some type of rubric. Sounds familiar from our last, right, that we talked about, I want to say about 4.5 years ago, of how we develop the scoring mechanism, which you probably are seeing in that sheet that has been forgotten over time, over the last 4 years. But there was a rubric that we had a pretty lengthy council meeting about, about how, like, what those priorities might be. One of them was regulatory. There was a safety hazard. I think it was operational want, operational need, and really understanding how to stratify this work and slice that data against, or slice that data table or data set against those type of criteria. The other part to this is funding should be scored as well. Obviously, if something's a grant fund, that's a limited amount of money for sometimes a limited duration with a specific use that requires some type of match, right? And as we're thinking about that, Director Guillory, where is that money coming from? Because we're seeing Measure S, $200,000 here, $300,000 there. That money's not here, right? That's not in the pot or in an account somewhere specific to this project, or is it? So, like, let me give you an example. Let me find one. Hold on. Here we go. Upgrade of stormwater system and trash capture. Measure S, $150,000. Is that money 2021 when did we say the trash capture? I think it was like 400,000 that we had allocated to this project, and it's like 2021 or 2022 when we allocated that. Is that money set aside at that point, or was this just a planning number we used? And then you're waiting for council to actually fund that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the proposed amount.
So
Yes.
I had an assumption that we would say, okay, council had, I mean, this is just me talking about what my assumption was, like, right? Back then was that we would say, okay, we need $400,000 for the smart trash cans that we had asked for a long time. I think when you first got on council, Mayor Pro Tem, it was $400,000. I thought, it's about 5 years ago, that we would have been putting away $80,000 all the way up to now, 5 years ago, to have $400,000 to fund this, to do this project. And we haven't done that. We basically wipe the slate clean every year and then reallocate funding.
Yes.
So this list just keeps growing while staff can't fully complete the work. I mean, it's through no fault of staff. I mean, we, right? There's just a lot of work, and it's piling on. Plus, there's no real guarantee that you're going to see this $150,000 next fiscal year. That's the uncertainty that I think when council gives direction, that there is a plan in place to fund the projects that we have, even if it was only $20,000, but an account is set up to perform that work. That's what I thought we were doing. I mean, I don't know why I thought that, but I get it now. Like, we're wiping the slate clean every year. I want to see how these projects that we do say, hey, we're not doing this, how is that fund being distributed between the stuff that we're actually asking for? So, for example, and I don't know if this accounting is even, like, this is Anthony accounting right now, right? It's not real, but I mean, it would make sense for me, just from an accounting standpoint, for us to say, hey, we're going to use the Measure S fund and create, hold on, a 105-1 account for a council-approved active transportation plan. Does that happen, or am I missing something?
So we wouldn't set up an account. We would budget for it, right? So we would, if that's council's direction, we would have an appropriation for that amount for that project. There's not a separate account. I guess that's where I'm maybe a little confused when you say an
Well,
account
it's-
set up.
What I'm gathering is we made a commitment to this project
I see.
at some point.
Mhm.
So through the city manager and staff, we would say, hey, that commitment, I'm sorry, council, we're only allowed to do, we only could put, of this 20,000, 5,000 away for the next 3 years. Stay disciplined, council. And in 4 years, you'll have 20K to do the active transportation plan.
I see what you're saying. It's more of a, what we would call a designation or a commitment on the city's balance sheet, if we're talking from an accounting perspective. So
Great.
you would commit, yeah, it would be committed to a specific project. And we have not done the accounting that way. We have started over each year, right? Basically from a zero budget, and we kind of build it up each year.
And I think that's the hard part about this.
That it is.
We
I agree.
have more projects coming.
Yes.
And something like the recycled water feasibility plan, thank you for putting this on here.
Yep.
Was 50,000 when we started. It's 100,000 now with no allocation associated with it, right? And so it's one of these things where had we had done the plan earlier, or at least, allocated in that accounting way, one, we'd be honoring what the council had put forward.
Yes.
Right? And making a commitment. Two, the public would understand that, hey, there is a, 5% commitment. It's not 100, but it's like a 5% or whatever we could afford. So that we're marching forward. And then if there's a windfall of money, or if there's a change in budget, we would be able to allocate and fully fund and and really give our public works team and staff some runway, with these projects not necessarily being reviewed every year.
If I may, I understand the point, and I know but it's practiced differently between different jurisdictions. By keeping the funds in the project account rather than putting it back in the funding source and then reallocating the following year, I fully understand that point. Ideally, it would stay within the project account and it would be tracked over time. What was implemented versus the funding and how much we spent. With regards to a couple of things, with regards to the stormwater master plan, for example, the scope increased. Also for the additional.
Director, that's okay. What I'm saying is, big picture wise, we're trying from a council standpoint to make sure that we're doing what's realistic. I can't go to my constituents, right, and say, hey, neighbors, the skate park rehabilitation has 150,000 and it's coming out of growth impact fees. That's not something that, even if we voted 5-0 to move forward with this, we know that something else isn't happening, right? And we know that we're going to go to our constituents and say, hey, we did the skate park, but what did you do about roads? Could that, so that's that prioritization that we're trying to do at the council level, and then give clear direction to the city manager and staff so that we have projects very clearly defined. And if the skate park doesn't get done, what I'm saying is maybe we put 10,000 or 15. We did a 10% fund that's rolling year on year, and when we move the priorities, we can move funding along with it. I want to see the flexibility of this, and I think that provides a little bit more flexibility to the city manager to manage those priorities, and fund and defund projects, right?
Yes.
And say, hey, this would be a different, and so the money we're allocating matches the timeline for the project. Maybe that's the easiest way to say it.
If I may just add
Mhm.
one pointer, and that would be helpful to track again over time if we were to keep the funds into the project account. For example, you mentioned the installation of trash capture devices, a significant amount out of the 400, because we now have 33 out there that we clean out and maintain. So
Mhm.
that probably came out of the 400,000. But we weren't able to track over time how much we spent to install those 33. So, yes, I hear.
Those are techniques that I think that you and the staff could come up with how to do that. But I think just in concept, it's very hard when we get a planning, and
Yes.
mind you, this, I should say this for the public, this is a planning document. This isn't real yet. We're trying to make it real in the future with the funding and resources we have. I think what's great to hear is that the roads are being prioritized, up front. I do want to, however, at least give my perspective, and I don't know where the council is sitting with this, but for me, roads, public safety, ADA access are priority one. For me, and I'm not sure if the council, and I'm prepared, I don't know if we need a motion or what, are we taking general direction? General direction. I feel like this is a great start. I feel like the resources that we have need to be dedicated to showing results this year. I mean, this summer, really, because that's the only construction window we really have. Outside of getting into winter and then roads, does it make sense to do at that point? But hearing the RFPs or the request for bids went out, that's fantastic. I'm trying to understand from the EV charging infrastructure, how do we get that project, and is that project possible to get out on the street as well? What other projects are ready to go? Let's get this work completed within the budget we have. The other projects like the bridge, and I mean, those are all additional things happening, but that's when we start talking about the strain on staff. Because there's design questions, there's research that needs to happen, there's conversations that are going on. So I just want to make sure that you have a platform to voice that to the city manager, and that the council is ready to support those projects moving forward. And so that's kind of what my comments were. I know other council members might have comments as well, but for me, I think we need to put those priority first. And then any of the Measure S stuff, I think honestly, given the budget where we are, doesn't make sense to try to dive into something like that. However, if there was a way to allocate funds over time, that might be a model we need to explore. Any comments? Questions? After my monologue?
One comment. No, well, you said it was your opinion as to, the roads being a priority, and certainly a priority, but from my perspective, it's the regulatory requirements that we have, the city must do. It just reminds me of the conversations that often are held by other council members away from this city, but in other cities, and it's we got mandates, and those are unfunded, and whatever those mandates are, we also have to pay attention to. So if there's some consequence of those mandates that can be reflected in the plan, we have to pay attention to that. Not to say that roads wouldn't be among the priorities, but unfortunately or fortunately, there are other entities that place mandates and or burdens on a city that trickle down to burdens on staff. And we can't ignore those either.
I don't think we're suggesting, and I think you mentioned, Councilmember, that would be, Martinez Rubin, that it would be included in the rubric that we're talking about. I think that staff, do you feel like we have enough direction?
Yes, if I
moving
could,
forward?
through the mayor. I almost think there's a couple different sorting mechanisms we need to do to give to you all. One would be on that, regulatory mandate. Go through the 45 projects. Here are the 4 or 5 that we have to do. Sorry, somebody else is telling us we have to do them or bad things happen. Okay. Same with probably design. what's 100% designed, or maybe 95, and it's almost going to be done in the next 2-3 months or some amount of time. Again, we can present to the council and say, here's the 12, I'm picking some strange number. And that's something, out of those, do you want to prioritize? Because you may look and say, yeah, but I really want to make sure we get these 4 done. They're ready to go. Get them out to bid, get them built. And there's going to be a segment of the non-100 that we still need to work on so we can get them to 100, and not just stop. So there'll be an element of that. But I think if we could sort this in a few different formats for you all to do quick reference checks, I think would be productive in working with you all.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I feel like study, planning, design, request for bid, estimates, bid comes in, we have construction, and then get into the construction phase and close out. I mean, those are just very, I'm sure there are others. But if we can have that kind of classification with these projects, we'll be able to at least have the conversation from a council standpoint, and more importantly, have it in public so that we can inform our neighbors on what we're doing and when we anticipate it getting done.
Mr. Mayor,
Which
I'm
I'll
wondering.
be happy. Yes.
Councilmember Toms?
Yeah, I'm wondering if it would also be informative to find out what division is overseeing the project.
Yes.
For instance, signage and markings, that sounds maintenance to me.
Yes.
So, that's not going to be so much of an impact on your time.
Yes.
And then wastewater, that's going to be the other work group that's going to be handling those items. So if that can kind of help us out, it wouldn't make sense to say, okay, well, signage and markings, let's have that, slip off the list when that's not really impacting your time so much.
Yes, exactly. I'll be happy to clarify that. But a point of clarification for me to know which direction to go, because I heard to eliminate Measure S. For example, 300,000 out of the Measure S are going to storm waters, again, following mandates. It's something that I wouldn't be able to eliminate, but it's
Right.
coming out of Measure S.
And that's something you're going to tell us back. I'm saying that Measure S, the usage of Measure S has to be limited. I mean, if something comes back regulatory, the recommendation is going to come back from staff. So I think once we get a matrix matrix and then some type of criteria to sort, we'll be able to know, okay, well, regulatory, to Councilmember Martinez Rubin's point, is probably high up in the list. ADA curb ramps might be right underneath that. Roads might be right after that. I mean, those are those questions that we're going to be looking to staff to help sort, communicate back to the council and the public, and then we'll make some decisions on, how to allocate resources. I mean, that's really the way I see this thing going. Okay. All right. I think direction's been given. We move on in the agenda. I think we had public comment. We did. Okay, we're good.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, directors. I really appreciate the work. I know it's not easy, and I appreciate your patience. Here we are at 11 o'clock again. I think we would have been at 3 o'clock in the morning, our last meeting, but thank you. Okay, so let's move on to item 13, citizens to be heard. So we'll do our second round of citizens to be heard. Madam Clerk.
We have no public comments. Thank you.
Okay. No public comments. We'll move to item 14. We are now ready to adjourn the meeting to regular city council meeting of June 2nd in remembrance of Amber Schwartz.